got a reading on my palm just to see. Don't you feel everything you're supposed to? I'm wasting away, I feel so good. A confession, I'm never giving up. I just need to know if you're capable of love. And I think I need a picture, cause it's never enough to see you smiling in my mind when I lay still in the dark. It starts with you, starts with you. I'm obsessed with the idea that one day it breaks up, cause after that I know I'll never be as capable of love. After you, after you.
Hey, this next one, we're gonna take it back a little bit.
I got something to tell you, but don't know how I'ma say it. I guess that I could only say one thing. Girl, I've been bad again. Girl, I've been bad again. Cause with this money comes problems, and with these problems come solutions. And I use them when I'm faded, I forget what you mean to me. Hope you know what you mean to me.
Hey, yo,
The party's finished and
and I want you to know I'm feeling everything before I got out. different mobile games. It's just 30 different mobile games. It's not, no, Jace, you're fine. Shadow, you're fine. Y'all good. I love seeing y'all niggas nerd out over these weak ass games. I just find it hilarious. I just find it really funny. I just find it really funny. Weak? Yes, you heard me, bruh. Listen. Insane Flame, listen, bro. If y'all like them games, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I'm not judging nobody for their video game choice, all right? Maybe I'm a joyless husk of a human being. That could be true. I think most people probably think that I hate everything at this point. I'll be having to go on Twitter and like, I'll be feeling guilty. I'm like, bro, guys, this game that I'm playing right now is super cool. Ignore my 7 other tweets about how the world's ending and politics. Dude. Oh, Real Ninja? I've been low-key I've been considering trying Dragon Age. I'm not gonna lie. I've been considering, I think I might play Dragon Age off stream type shit though. I don't think I'm gonna stream that though. I don't have an offline game I'm playing right now, like a story mode game. And I like having a single player like game to play on my own time. So I might load up. Nigga said Snap might be better than Dokkan currently. I thought Dokkan was lit right now. Ain't Global getting a bunch of like, didn't like a Global get a bunch of cool new units like or some shit recently because they're catching up from Japan now? Oh, Vicken. Trust me. I get it, bruh. I so get it, bruh. It does sound like the perfect game to play in between your doctor's appointment. You can just load up that bitch, get some rounds in. For sure. What was my game like that? You know what game I used to play, bruh? Adventure Capitalist. That was the last mobile game that I played. That was the last mobile game that I played like regularly. Have I ever tried to pull an LR? I have actually, not on my account, but on like my friends' accounts. I definitely have. I think I have pulled some pretty rare units from my friends before, believe it or not. It actually happened several times. I'm awful knowledgeable about Dokkan for you not to be okay. So, you want to know why I know so much about Dokkan? It's because I'm friends with Nanogenics, and I'm friends with Diddy Sauce, and I follow The Truth DT and Nano and Diddy all on Twitter. Okay, so I know all the lingo. I know when everything drops because all these niggas, they live and breathe that shit. So yeah, I'm pretty knowledgeable about, you know, all that shit. What is Trap? I don't think I've heard of Trap. You're playing Skyrim for the first time? See, I like when niggas in my chat just like, oh, it's a new M. Night movie. Okay. Wait. I fuck with M. Night. Hey, but I was saying, I like when niggas in my chat just playing random ass video games. That's like, I like real gamer shit. You feel me? I like when niggas just say, yeah, bro, I'm playing Hello Kitty Adventure Island 2 right now for the first time, trying to platinum that bitch. And I'm like, yeah, bruh. Yeah, bruh. Fuck it, we all on. Fuck it, we all on, bruh. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm on Ninja Gaiden 2 as well on the NES. Yes, I am. We lit. This nigga said I've been watching Lego Batman speedruns. What? Where? Why did you fucking who won Lego Batman? Nigga, what are you talking about? Oh, you've been recommended them. Oh, I thought you were watching them. My fault. Valve and I am back from Texas. Where were you? In Texas. I've been here. I've been here. You're back on your Final Fantasy 14 Brain Rot game pack. Get off that shit, bro. Well, game pack, is she bad, bro? Is she bad? Low key, Scoobs. I mean, Jace. I think I might run an impromptu movie night myself before the 25th of the OG Blade Runner. But yes, chat room, if you're not in the Discord, we will be watching Blade Runner 2049 in the Discord. Discord movie night. Because, hey, bruh. It's about time for my chat to finally. It's about time for wait. We're watching Blade Runner 2049 and then going directly into AEW All In. That's gonna be a day, man. Oh wait. Oh no, we're watching All In first and then going into Blade Runner. Fuck, you're right. Right, because AEW is in the UK. So we're watching AEW first and then going in. Are we sure we should do that? That's like 6 hours in Discord. From like starting in the morning all the way to evening. There's a brief intermission. You know, I guess you're right. You act like you haven't spent 6 hours in Cord. Where else you gonna spend it? Outside? Touching grass? Going to the park? Playing video games? Why are you amming? That wasn't a joke. Why are you amming like shit's funny? Fifth overrated. What if chat, hear me out. What if we all started going outside more this year? W idea? Eggnog, you not finna be in no Anime NYC. Stop playing. Yes, I am. I fucking live here. Oh, got you. Well, yeah, I will not be there, buddy. Y'all have a good time though. Y'all have a good time though. I don't know, man. It's a lot of good games out right now though, guys. A lot of good games out right now. Seeing Alien Robinson 18th with you mean we ain't gotta do it. We ain't gotta do it. I mean, if you want to do it, if you want to go to Alien into Blade Runner True combo on that day, then by all means, go full cinema on niggas. I'm fully encouraging it. But yo, Balvin, you gonna listen to that new Logic album? This some kind of trick question? Is this some kind of psyop? Is this some kind of sick fucking joke? Am I on Logic stream right now? Is he live? Is Logic live right now? And I must be on Logic stream. I must be on Logic stream right now. Cause that's the only thing that makes sense. Logic streams. He used to. Scoobs, you might not get a good reception for that right now because we're kind of low on numbers tonight because I kind of went live a little late Thursday night. So I'm not expecting a lot of people to pull up tonight. because I went live so late. But I don't know. 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 Hey, bro, you ever had a fade? You mean like a haircut? If you say they will, I'm sure people will answer, but it's okay. Okay, guys. Hey guys. If you guys want to watch, if you guys want to watch, if you guys want to watch the OG Blade Runner on Discord, press 1, guys. Press 1, guys. Next weekend, of course. I feel like niggas is just doing it. I feel like God damn it. I feel like niggas just saying, niggas is typing 1 to type 1, bro. Yeah, I've had a fade before. Yeah, I've definitely I haven't got a haircut. I haven't got a haircut in a long time, but yeah, I've had a fade before. Yeah. You mean together? Yes, hoodie man. I mean together. I'm wondering, since I began so late, if I want to go into my true yapping topics that I wanted to go into today. I had a couple. What if it was a Blade Runner into 2049 double feature? You mean this week, the one next weekend before 8? Okay, so you want to do AEW? You want to do AEW into OG Blade Runner into 2049? Nigga, that'll be a all day. Who wants to have an all day sleepover in Discord, guy? Who wants to have an all day Discord sleepover where we turn on our cameras and get popcorn and we all just, and then fuck it, we sleep in there too. Fuck it, we sleep in there too, and we all keep our mics on as well because we're all in love with each other. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine, Scoobs. I'm sure somebody will have a stream for it. I'm sure somebody will have a stream for it. I'm banking on someone having one. Hey, I appreciate that, Devil. I think we have a good vibe in here as well. It's like, man. Do I get serious tonight, or do we just talk about gaming? Decisions. Why not both? Get in your bag. Flip a coin, head. Nah. Yeah, no. Because then I'm gonna, no matter what it lands on, I'm gonna wish I was doing the other one regardless. Dude, Twitter is so fried. Okay. It's a couple of things that I wanted to yap about. Just a couple of things. Nothing too crazy. I can low-key speed run this yap session. Okay, lock in. Okay. So number one is actually, I'm gonna get this out of the way because I doubt most of y'all care about this, so I'm gonna just bring it up because I think it's funny. So Strap linked a video earlier from this guy named Mr. T Lexify. Okay. And I believe that Mr. T Lexify used to be a Call of Duty YouTuber. He might still be. I know he's just some kind of content creator now. I don't know. Right? But apparently a bunch of dirt was thrown on this nigga's name and in this like group of content creators that he used to circle around. The only creator that I'm aware of, right? The only one that I'm aware of is Noah J. All right, because Noah J is a really big zombies YouTuber, and I used to be really big into COD zombies, right? I used to be huge into COD zombies. So Noah J456 used to always stream the Easter eggs and the DLC, like, you know, day one Easter egg hunts and all the theories. Cause I don't know if y'all don't know, if you don't know, Call of Duty Zombies was not just fun, mindless, round-based killing shit. It has lore just as deep as your favorite sci-fi film. Like the COD Zombies lore, I could legit talk about that shit all day. It has some of the most intense and cool and complicated lore. I'm talking Kingdom Hearts shit, time travel, timeline paradoxes. It's wild, right? Now I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know the ins and outs of what actually happened with this group of people and why, and because I didn't watch the entire video for that Mr. Telexify guy. But the main thing that I saw was apparently Noah J456 apparently cheated on his wife at the time with this other big creator named Fuslie. Okay, now he cheated on his wife back in 2021 with her, with this creator named Fuslie. Now I don't know Fuslie personally, but I do know the name, and I've seen her around a lot on like streaming and like events and so forth. And I'm not gonna lie, I was sitting there, and here's what I want to say about this. Here's what with this. I think that how do I word this? I think if you're dating somebody, especially, or if you're married to somebody and you're a content creator, and the person you're either dating or married to becomes part of like the public perception of your relationship, you are playing life on New Game Plus 7. And I feel like the moment that you invite the world into your relationship, you're risking anything going bad with this relationship to hell, right? Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm seeing niggas like, I don't like talking like this because I don't usually, but I'm seeing niggas like try to, I hate this word, y'all. I hate this word, y'all. I hate this word, y'all. All right. But I hate when niggas try, I've been seeing niggas like legit try to cancel this Noah guy for cheating on his wife, right? And here's my thing. Is cheating on your wife a bad thing? Absolutely. That's scumbag shit, right? You cheating on your, fucking somebody else when you with your wife, whenever you're married, it's crazy. It's crazy. What the fuck do that got to do with me? What the fuck do that got to do with? What the fuck did that got to do with anything going on with niggas watching the videos? Here's the thing. If you personally choose, be like, damn, that nigga cheated on his wife, bro, I'm not gonna fuck with bro no more. It's kind of fucked up. That's okay. But I'm seeing niggas on Twitter quote tweet the nigga and be like, damn, bro, you really a piece of shit. You should yourself. I'm like, y'all really care this much? You really care this much? You really care this much? That no. I'm saying like people are going to the nigga and attacking the nigga for cheating on his wife. Which is the thing. Cheating on your wife is a bad thing. And I feel like you are within your right to be upset at your favorite creator for doing that. But I don't know how to word this. if I found out that a creator that I watched that I don't know personally cheated on his wife, I might, if I'm a parasocial, internet nigga, I might play in some jokes like, damn, nigga, you did this X, Y, and Z. But I'm not gonna sit there and be like, damn, this nigga should die. Like, this nigga should die, and fuck you for cheating on your wife, dude. It's like, again, I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm downplaying the nigga cheating on his wife. Because here's the thing. It's very parasocial. I think that innately is like because I'm not surprised at the reaction of niggas being like, damn. Because the reason why I even saw this, because I saw a clip of that Foozly girl on stream crying and being like, I'm so sorry. I fucked up. It was a mistake. Because she's the woman that he cheated on his wife with. And I'm like, this ain't none of our business. Like, this ain't got shit to do with us. I don't give a fuck if I'm not here to classify whether or not cheating on somebody is like the worst thing a person can do. That's up to your morality scale. But I'm like, for a person that streams on Twitch or like makes YouTube videos, if I found out that they cheated on their partner, I'd be like, oh damn. Okay. Okay. But my thing is like, again, cheating is bad, 100%. But my thing is the parasocial thing is that it's become this big old like drama thing now, as if the people that are spectating this are all part of this big family and I'm so heartbroken that you cheated on this girl, and I'm so heartbroken that you would do this and you would cheat with this guy knowing he was married. We don't know none of these people. Okay. We don't know none of these people. We just don't. You don't know Noah J456. You don't Mr. Lexify. You don't know Foozly. I just sit there and I'm like, why is this drama? Why do y'all care so much that someone but again, I have to remind myself that not only is it parasocial, but I think when it comes to relationships, there are parasocial things on the internet, right? There are parasocial things that we can't avoid with streaming. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, I think that niggas get the parasocial shit gets 10 times worse when a relationship is involved, right? Because I feel like every time a relationship happens on Twitch and shit, or on the net in general, and shit falls out, niggas be in the bitch like debating like, bruh, this is that. I'm like, yo, you don't know these niggas, man. You don't know them. I think not only do I think people are just mad and trying to find a reason to be mad, I also think people are searching for purpose, right? People want to feel like they want to feel like they belong to something, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm like, damn, my favorite streamer got cheated on, or cheated on this person, or helped cheat with someone. Now I'm gonna go on Twitter and be like, man, fuck you for doing this, fuck you for doing that, you piece of shit. I feel like sometimes niggas, call me crazy, I feel like sometimes niggas treat the news of someone cheating on somebody worse than like niggas being predators. We're like full on evil people. I feel like people go way harder when someone cheats on somebody in a relationship than when anything really bad happens. And I find it so fascinating that I agree with you. I think people might be missing when you're trying to understand why people are curious, that mainly morality around it. People acknowledge that it's a terrible thing and ultimately a bad thing to do morally to another person. So then people just justify tearing down another person is something bad. Yeah. The thing is, I get why people participate. I get why people participate in these discussions, and I get how they establish these connections in these situations. However, I also don't get how people participate in these conversations and draw these connections. It's like I understand the logical sense of why someone would feel the need to overstate their morality, and it's an easy thing to jump on, right? It's an easy thing to be like, hey, this person cheated on their wife, man. Fuck them. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, sure, but I think ultimately, when it comes to cheating as well, ooh, no, maybe I want to avoid that topic. Maybe I want to. I'm gonna avoid that topic for the day. But um, I don't know. I just I The fans of predatory individuals typically have a much higher tolerance for evil acts. This is also true. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just a really weird thing to me. That's all it kind of boils down to me, is how it's just so weird seeing vast amount of people going up in arms about someone cheating on them they didn't know. You know what I mean? But again, yeah, I think we can all agree that it's an easy thing to go get mad at someone about, right? It's an easy thing to be like, hey, fuck you. Because at the end of the day, all anyone wants to do on the internet is they want to make themselves, or a large percentage of people on social media use it purely to make themselves feel better about themselves, and they do that by putting others down, right? That is become a large crux of our society, because even the so-called good people, the good people of the ones that tote their morality and their boundaries and stuff like that as trophies, and putting it in their bios and so forth, they want to they like to use that as a banner to be like, yeah, I can step over you, and I can say all these things and move in a certain way because at my core I believe in this thing, so I'm a good person. Because again, and I know I'm different, like I know I'm not these people, but it's why I don't know. It just but I think the thing is with cheating in particular. No. I almost did it. What up, Shamari? Nope. I almost did it. I'm not doing it. What up, Mango?
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at us.
I'm not doing it.
Thought.
Not me.
No, I'm not doing it. Because I feel like I'm gonna say something about relationships and cheating, and I'm gonna cause a tornado. My power might go out, but it is what it is. It's kind of weird seeing it's just like going to a little mindset, because there's certain aspects of it you could. I don't think it's the most evil thing you do to your partner caught. I mean, that's just objectively true. That's listen. I don't even know how I don't even know how to word this. I don't even know how to word this. Like, cheating sucks, right? It is a really bad thing to do, right? It is a really bad thing to do. You can really hurt somebody. You can really hurt somebody by cheating on someone. And it is a really awful thing to do. That being said, I feel like we treat cheating as a worse offense than like murder sometimes. I feel like I don't know. Again, I don't know how to word what I'm saying. I don't know how to word what I'm saying without it coming off like I'm defending cheaters. Right? I just think that it's super funny. It's super funny that people it's definitely a perspective thing. I think what I'm trying to say is that I think we look at a lot of people look at from the perspective. A lot of people look at cheating as a very black and white thing, right? And I think that when it comes to discussing cheating and like why someone would cheat and what cheating does, I think it is genuinely one of the most nuanced conversations to have about relationships and what would cause someone to cheat. But I think I'm gonna just be honest. I think you need to have a certain level of like emotional maturity, and I think honestly you might have needed to be cheated on to understand what I mean. Because let me tell you something. I've been cheated on, and yes, I did want to kill myself. That's it. Yes, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. It feels really bad. And sometimes, depending on your mental state, right? Sometimes, it could fuck you up for life, right? But I just feel like niggas treat it like it's a cardinal sin. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga cheat on somebody or a woman cheat on a nigga, and now that person is gonna get bestowed to the worst part of society with the robbers and murderers. So I don't know. But I think that plays into whenever streamers or content creators and that happens. Because like, for example, if my friend came to me and she or he or they told me that their partner cheated on them, I'd be like, yo, man, fuck that nigga, man, fuck that bitch, man, fuck that person. Man, fuck that individual, despite no matter what they identify as. Man, fuck them. Fuck them. They're a piece of shit. Hope they die. Right? But if I'm having a conversation like objectively about it with someone that I'm not, emotionally attached to, then I'm gonna be like, yeah, I could, you know what I mean? What up, Aura? I don't know. I feel like I dance around words a lot in this conversation because I don't like to make it seem like I'm downplaying what cheating is, because again, it's awful. It's awful. But when you take yourself out of it, come on, man. But I feel like with relationships in general, people view this shit way too black and white when having conversations about it. I think being too black and white about these kind of talks is more harmful than people are willing to discuss. That's why I talk about it so much, right? That's why I talk about like when I bring up, you know, when niggas say you can't love somebody else till you love yourself type shit, I'm like, you can't love someone else until you love yourself has damaged an entire generation. Honestly, it has probably damaged 2 generations irreparably. Okay? Like, genuinely irreparably. There are niggas that are not gonna ever date someone till they're like 27. Because they grew up thinking that, well, I'm sad and depressed, so I shouldn't find a girlfriend. And now you're 28, depressed, never had a girl kiss you, and you think you're cooked and you're never gonna find love. Because you're gonna... That wasn't supposed to be. That wasn't. Do we not have shots fired? No, bruh. It wasn't no damn shots fired. WTF. Right. The yap is yapping. Yep. Friendly fire. It wasn't. There you go. There you go. There you go. What up, Lean? Damn, where else? Damn, Lean in here, Zex in here, Aura in here. Damn, it's some real chatters in this bitch. There's some real chatters in this bitch. Yo. Yeah, and all those want to die now. Thanks. Hey, join me, man. Balvin, I'm trying to make things work with this girl for the 3rd summer in a row, but she still hasn't committed. Am I cooked? No. Keep trying. No, ignore chat. Keep trying. She's the one. Keep trying. Keep trying. Keep trying till she dies. Keep trying till you die. Okay? No, nigga, keep trying. Keep trying. Don't give up. Don't give up. If you're still 3 summers in, hey, LeBron ain't get a ring in his first 3 seasons. Did he retire? We not LeBron, nigga. That's your problem. That line of thinking right there is what's getting you niggas. That's why you niggas bums. Lock the fuck in. I am LeBron James of this shit, nigga. That's how I get this motherfucking money. That's why I wake up. If I did not think I was LeBron James, I would have killed myself. Oh, thank you, man. Let's go. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted, my boy. Zex, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. W gifted. I appreciate you. The Met game is not on console yet, but it will be at full release. The beta is only on PC right now, Chris. Thank you, Zex. I appreciate that. Listen, I'm just trying to get these niggas game. Lean. I've been there, but I've been there before, bro. I've been there before, bro. Until she looks you in your eyes and says, "Leave me alone, I'll never love you," you got a chance still. Now see me, I got that talk. I got that talk. No, Aura. No, Aura. That's the problem right there, right? That's the problem right there. She said it with her actions. No. So you looking too deep into it. You looking too deep into it, okay? Every time I ask you to make it official and she ends it every time school starts, I should just kill. No, ignore Scoobs. Ignore this chat. Ignore chat. Ignore chat. Listen. Listen. No. Shut the fuck up. School can't go on forever. Are you willing in the long haul or not? School can't go on forever. She get busy. Hold on. I'm about to end all this shit. Ready? Listen. I'm about to end all this shit. Listen. Nah, Scoob, shut the fuck up. All right. Listen. Iron Man, okay? Iron Man the movie, the first MCU movie, came out in 2008. Okay? Listen up. Iron Man came out in 2008. Avengers, that was incredible. No, Iron Man came out in 2008. Iron Man is technically the first MCU film. Hulk was not added till later. Don't do that. Anyways, back to my point. Also, Iron Man came out first, bitch ass nigga. Anyways. Iron Man. Okay? Iron Man, the first MCU movie. Okay? 2008. Avengers Endgame didn't come out till 2019. It took them almost a decade. Okay? It took them almost a decade to finish out that story. Now tell me, are you ready to finish your story? Okay? Because Iron Man didn't wake up and save the world. Okay? Iron Man died, but guess what? He died a hero after experiencing what he loved for a couple of years. So guess what? Would you rather? Here's the thing. Some niggas gonna tell you, rip the Band-Aid off, man. You're hurting yourself by staying in this thing for longer than you need to. You know it ain't gonna work out. That's pussy shit, nigga. Lock in. Just lock in. Lean, I didn't give you this a Marvel allegory. I gave you a Marvel and NBA allegory. What else? You can't just get this kind of information anywhere else. Like I said, if she don't look you in the eyes and say I don't love you and stop talking to me, the door is still open, man. Okay? Hey, and don't listen to these niggas in chat about a girl. Look at me. At least you have something going for yourself. Okay, at least you have something going for yourself. Half these niggas watching Lego Batman speed runs. What up, Ashley? Nah, I'm just giving these niggas real thought. They gotta hear this shit, you feel me? I'm trying to put these niggas on. You know what I'm saying? Might as well say my first name. Yeah. Nah, it ain't even that one person, you feel me? This is poor relationship advice. Alright. I got a question. Press 1 in chat right now if you are not single. Not single. All right. Now another question. Now, press 2 in chat if you have found a relationship while watching me. Give it a second. If there was a point where you were watching me and were single, and then now you have a partner, press 2. It's not a I guess, nigga. No, it's a yes or no question. Look at that. Look at how many people in this chat. Look at how many people in this chat, due to watching my streams, have now found love. Look at how many people in this chat. That's what I bring to the table. Correlation does equal Bro, correlation does equal causation. I hate how many 2s came up, and I hate that I was one of them. Caught! I went from being in a relationship watching Balvin to being an incel watching Balvin. That's not, correlation does not equal cause. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. Hey, incels rise. Yeah, I gotta put relationship advice. Yo, chat, can I farm some TikTok clips and like, not tonight, but like, I want to ask niggas like, yo, chat, I want to be one of them TikTok niggas where I have the sad, hold on. Nah, someone asked me a template question. Hold on. Someone, hold on. Okay, bet. All right, yo, someone asked me a template question right now. A template relationship question. Nah, template, no. A template relationship question. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. Balvin, how do I get the girl I like to like me back? Listen, bro. It's not about that. Because if she's the one for you for real, my nigga, she gonna love you regardless. You ain't gotta try to do that shit. It'll come naturally. Okay? Get in the gym, man. Get some money. Lock the fuck in. Stop worrying about all this extra shit. Because if it's meant to be, it'll happen. All right? I've been like you. I've been there before. Watch it.
Sun refract.
All right. I need a better question. I need a better question. What should I do if my girl cheated on me? Honest answer, bro.
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Honest answer, bro. I've been there too, man. You know, when my girl cheated on me, like, I ain't even know what to do for her. I looked to drugs, I looked to alcohol, I looked to video games, and I just couldn't figure it out. But you know, I prayed. You recognizing Duster? I'm worried about you. You recognizing Duster? I'm worried about you. What up, Umbra? Thank you for the 5 months, gang. Balvin, how do I make him oil it and jiggle it a little? I mean, you weren't supposed to read that. I mean, the question you asked the question. I mean, gotta, I gotta get it. Okay, I just had to get a message from my sponsor. Wait, I can explain. No, 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 no. You asked the question. You asked the question. I mean, if you present yourself Wait, hold on. Let me can you rephrase the question? I want to make sure I want to make sure I know what I want to make sure I know what's being oiled up and jiggled. Balvin, how do I get him to oil up for me? Just ask. Man butt. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, now okay, this is now I know okay, now I know because I was gonna answer a different question. That's why I wanted to that's why I wanted to read to ask. Okay. So if you want him to oil if you want him if you want him to oil it up and jiggle it, I mean, you gotta just text him and be like, yo, is it fat? You know what I'm saying? And then if he says yeah, be like, nigga, oil that shit up and jiggle it for me. And if he really bout that shit, then his shit kind of flat. See, like his shit kind of flat. See, then what are you doing then? Like that's not you in the wrong. Like, come on, you can't. They can't if it's not fat. They can't oil it up and jiggle it. You can't. If it's not fat, then like you know what I'm saying. Like, what are you? What's going on? Let me find the fat booty niggas. They out there, bruh. They out there, bruh. They out there, bruh. I've been sexualized a few times myself. Not not to toot my horn. Not to toot my not to toot not to toot my horn, but you. Psych, nah, I don't like man butt. I don't like the term man butt. I feel like it just I just feel like it, it just you know what I mean? I don't have man butt, I'm caked up. What it I mean fellas, fellas, let's be honest. My shit fat. we just we just we just keeping it a buck. Prove it, proof. Man, this is supposed to be a serious conversation. And then we have somehow pivoted to just bros being bros. My shit so fat you can see it from the front. Question for the boys only. Y'all ever lay on your stomach? Question for the boys only. Y'all ever lay on your stomach and clap it? The thing is, like, the thing is for me, like, I don't even have to try to clap it. Like, whenever I lay down, it's just like it's like it's like a stick, it's like a stick got stuck in a fan. Yo, man, I'm gonna donate my brain to science whenever I die. I'm gonna donate my brain to science whenever I die. You lay on the bed, it's like, yeah, exactly. I know what it. Yeah, it clapped. That shit. But a brrr, you know what I'm saying? Earthquake shit causes waves. Ice Spice more like Lord Spice. Man, you're cooked. You brought up man butt, and now you mad when some fat butt niggas is claiming the fact that the being fat butt niggas. That was my cat. Really? Which cat? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just now here's the thing. Why am I the one getting armed right now when she's the one that literally said man butt? Okay? I am literally matching the freak. If that's a crime, then take me to jail. I don't know what my stream has become. I don't, I don't know what my stream has become. Why are y'all here, man? No, we're not making for the live advice. Fat Butt Friday. No. 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 No, 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 no. I veto. I veto. I veto this. I'm banning all terms in relation to this. I veto this conversation. I veto the conversation. Can the community rebrand a fat butt men? No. No. I am reestablishing order in my chat. Yoj. Chat ass pics for Discord profile. No, man. No. No. This all started because that one girl wouldn't commit to that random chatter. Lean isn't a random chatter. Lean isn't a random chatter. That's yo, calling Lean a random chatter is crazy, bro. That's little bro right there. That's little bro right there, man. I raised that nigga like my own for real, bro. Getting called a random chatter Lean, low key, I'm shooting that nigga, bro. Low key, I'm shooting that nigga, bro. I'm not letting no nigga call me no random chatter on my life. I'm not. Niggas gotta die about this shit. Me personally, I would never let another man talk about me like that. Cause I ain't no random chatter, nigga. I'm a tier 3 in Pokimane chat. So what, nigga? Okay, never mind. 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 No. Move on. No. I don't know him. 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 Stop typing, Noti Gang. Stop typing. Stop typing. Stop typing. Noti Gang. Stop typing. Bro. Yo, fuck you, Lean. Fuck you, bruh. Fuck you, bruh. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, bro. You did. That nigga, you did that. You did that just because I said that shit. I heard they got your mans. I heard you go up with him. Yep. Yeah. Hey, man. I have the clip to prove it. I'll kill all of us right now. No, this is not a safe space. We're changing subjects. We're changing subjects. We're changing subjects. We're changing subjects. Okay. Oh, it's not a ban everyone button. It's everybody's dying. That's the difference in this. I'm not sugarcoating what's gonna happen. I'm talking like death. Me personally, I'm living. IDK about y'all. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. What do you mean I technically cannot die? What does that mean? What does that mean? Honestly, though, why bother unless guys, we're not we're not having a discussion about this. We're not having it real. No, guys, I don't want to know this about you people. I don't want to know this about you people and what you know. No, you freaky ass niggas. It was a joke. It was a joke. All right. 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 This my hey. Y'all got one more chance. I'm in the stream. Okay. That niggas got one more chance. You niggas got one more chance. I'm in the stream. You niggas got one more chance. You got one more chance. And then I'm in the stream. If you want the stream to keep going, if you want the stream, I would shut the fuck up. I would shut the fuck up. I would shut the fuck up right now. Are we good, guys? Is it out of your system? Is it out of your system? Am I going to TwitchCon? I was just talking to somebody about that today, actually. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I truly do not know. Because, bro, how do I feel about TwitchCon? I feel about TwitchCon the same way that I felt about TwitchCon since I went the first time 2 years ago. It's just a good place to meet up with a bunch of your friends. The con itself is one big advertisement. It's one big advertisement. It's not the con itself usually sucks, I'm going to be honest. But it is like the only place that the most streamers that you know that you're friends with will be at in one place. You know. And it's also very dependent on how well you can suck dick and network. Because again, I'd only go to Twitch. I go to TwitchCon for 2 reasons. One, because like I said, a lot of my friends go, so it's a really good place to, see everybody in one area. And then on top of that, it's because there are a lot of great brand opportunities there for the homies. Hello, Fats. Hey, man. Hey. Hey. Hey, man. Hey, buddy. Hey, Fats. Hey. That's my Darius and my Braum. I love 2XKO. I love 2XKO. It's very good. Hey man, hope that Odd God can get a 2XKO code. I'd Fats, bro, don't. Bro, we moved on. We moved on. We moved on. Don't. Fats, no. Why did y'all tell him? We moved on, dude. I don't. We moved on. It's over. It's over. Stop. It's over. I'm gonna answer some chat questions. Have I ever met a chatter? I've met a lot of chatters, actually. I've met a good amount of people that watch me. Met Ashley, she's in chat. She was cool. I have you on the bar big screen right now. No, you don't. Please don't say that. Can you say hi so people know I have motion? I'm not really on the bar big screen, right? Please tell me you're trolling. I don't want to be. Cause I'm not playing a game right now, bro. It's just my big ass head. It's just my big ass head, man. You're being weird. Now the bar thinks I have no motion. Hi. Hey, Vega. Hi. Hello. Hello, bar. Yo, what's going on, guys? Hello. Hello. Hey, guys. Yo. Hello. Hi. Are there any beautiful women in the audience that think I'm attractive? Damn. Why did chat completely stop? Oh, because, listen, the thing is, I can't sit more. I'm already subbed. What? 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 No, 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 tack and decorum. No, 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 no. There's no. You don't need any of that. You don't need any of that. Be yourself. Be free. Be who you are. Say what you truly feel. The bar says hi. I can't tell if you trolling me or not, bro. I can't tell if you trolling me or not. I can't tell if you trolling me or not. This was a bit you were on my phone, but thank you for indulging. So you... Hey, am I... Wait. So... Am I on your phone at the bar, though? Or are you just, you know, on your phone by yourself? Oh, so you are at the bar. Okay.
I hate niggas, 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 I hate niggas. I hate niggas, 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 I hate niggas. Hate them, I hate niggas, 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 I hate niggas. I hate niggas, 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 I hate niggas. Hate them, I motherfucking hate them. These niggas is some bitches. I wonder who would claim them. Niggas, I hate them. I motherfucking hate them. All these niggas bitches. Like who the fuck would claim them? Niggas, I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas, 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 niggas. I hate niggas, 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 niggas. I hate niggas, 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 niggas. I hate niggas, 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 niggas. Hate 'em, I hate niggas.
Hey man. Hey man. Hey man. Bro at the bar though for real. Bro, he at the bar though for real. Bro at the bar for real. I'm seeing that. Bro, he at the bar for real. Hey bro, take 10 shots of tequila right now. Matter of fact, waterboard yourself in a bathtub full of vodka. If you get lucky, have some for me. Ashley, are you okay? Ashley. Are you what did he do? What did he do? What did he do, sweetheart? What happened? This is unlike you. A lot. These men. Hearts in chat for Ashley, guys. Hearts in chat for Ashley, guys. Sweetheart, bro, really is an unk. I'm an unk for saying sweetheart? What the fuck do I say? What the fuck do I say? How do I, you know what, bro? It is what it is, man. Hey, Ashley, you know what they say, right? It's 12:43 a.m. Friday. It's 86 degrees. No, damn. It's 86. That can't be right. It's 85 degrees. I ain't got no nigga, and no nigga got me. How old are you? No one knows. Odd God, I'm not 28. Odd God is just saying numbers. Well, I wouldn't say no one knows, but only my close interpersonal circle and my 7 wives know. Are you secretly 40? Do I look secretly 40? Do I give secretly 40? 30 and that's being nice. Do I give 30? Do I give 31? Old ass. Huh. This has been a talking point for years now. People have always been trying to like, bro, ancient, shut the fuck up. Bro 43. Yeah, yeah, he got me. I say 26, 33. 37. If I'm 24 turning 25 this year, you 27, 28. 31? Yo. Oh man. I love the wide variety of numbers here. I'm really an enigma. Or should I say a nigga? Hey, got him. 12, 26. Is anyone close? Niggas have said basically every number from 20 to 40. Yeah, you guys are close. Here's it's somewhere. It's somewhere in there. Cut the beard and be a smooth 17. If I cut the beard, I don't know how old I look, but I would look ugly as shit. So I'm so Interesting. Noted. Yeah, Scoobs, you're almost there. You're onto something. Can you AR yourself with no beard? I've seen that before, and I do not want to share that with the world. I do not want to share that with the world. Hey, bro, just wanted to say that I'm a huge fan and that I'm struggling to your stream right now. Keep going, bro. Lock in. Keep going, bro. Speed it up. Keep fucking going. Don't stop. Need some help? Here, I'll count down for you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yo, yo, this nigga, this nigga said happy. Yo, this nigga said happy New Year's. Oh my god. Yeah, I did count down. You missed it, Scone. You missed it. Scone, you ain't wait, I got an ad. Oh, you're just trolling. You're sub. You didn't miss it, right? That'd be weird. Imagine gooning and you get an ad. Been there. Been there. Your countdown led me directly into 6 ads. Damn, that's crazy edging right there. Killed the guy that gifted me, but yes, who gifted you? What the fuck are we on? We was just chilling, and then Pikachu came in here gooning. Can you play it? No, I can't play a video game. Okay, I'm my own boss. You can't control me, you liberal left wing snowflake. Anyways, who wants to fuck me? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Me, guys, no. Yo, guys. Yo, guys, strap, 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 strap. Yo, dude, what's going on, bro? I bet. Okay, that was a test. Okay, Pikachu, bro, you got one last chance for you getting banned, bro. Please stop. Please, you got one last chance before you get banned, bro. Please stop gooning. Please stop. Please stop. You know what's funny? The reason why these conversations make me laugh so much is I get told by a lot of like mutuals of mine, and this was a free country, dude. Dude. Anyways, a lot of friends of mine always tell me that they love watching my late night streams for the talks that I have. My late night talk show is very you know, insightful and like relaxing to listen to. And I get concerned because I'm like, what if they come in to one of the nights where this is what's happening? I'm not a freak. Okay, make that clear. I'm not a freak. Y'all are freaks. Y'all are freaks. You just let a bust. That wasn't for me though. Cap, so much cap. Man, butt and gooning at 2 a.m. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that, actually. I just, you know. Me neither. You entertained it? I'm an entertainer, bro. That's what I do. That's what I do, man. It's my. Listen, say what you want about me, but there aren't that many individuals that could carry this conversation for this long in front of a couple hundred people. Entertainment mod check. Hey nigga. Hey nigga. Hey nigga. You know what's entertaining? your life, and that girl who hates you, bitch. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad. That was mean. That was mean. That was mean. Lean, don't die over steak league. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's plenty of there's plenty of there's plenty of beautiful, clean, great smelling women that play league. I'm sure. There's plenty of them out there. Me? Well, yeah, I mean yeah. I mean, yeah, I hope so. I feel like in this conversation, you're not like offering yourself up. You know what I mean? It's like, can we get a channel in Discord where we can post incriminating messages? You do exist. I know. You know what? You know something funny? A lot of the baddest bitches I know play League. Caught. Niggas out here, y'all be slandering League. Y'all be slandering League players, bro. But I know some bad bitches that play League. That's all that I'm saying. Don't cancel me. That's all that I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. He's not a freak. It's not about me being a freak. I can acknowledge beauty. You know any who play Smite? The only woman that I know that played Smite ruined my life, and not in a good way. She was insane. She was. That's a yes. I'm not gonna say that. Smite, no. Smite story time? Hell no. Hell no. That's not no story time. Hell no. Nah. Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, Vicken, hell no. That ain't no story time conversation. You wanna know why? Because there's people in here, Vicken being one of them. And Fats being one of them too. Hey, Fats. Hey, Fats. One really selfish reason. One really selfish reason that I get upset that R. Kelly is a piece of shit. You wanna know what? You wanna know one really selfish reason why? It's because I can't use this song as a meme anymore. But this song. Hold on, where Usher part at, bro? Where Usher part at?
Tell me what's wrong, dog. What the same girl? I know her like a path to know it's where we messing with. Same girl, same girl. How could the love of my life and my potential wife be the same girl?
I don't give a fuck, bro. Playing the song is bad enough. It doesn't matter if it's the Usher part or not. At the end of the day, that song encapsulates something that check Twitter? No, I'm not. Nope. Hey man. Translate it? Oh dear God. Nigga said canceled. Okay, bruh. Okay, bruh. Okay, bruh. You got me. Send me to jail. Okay. I did see that aura. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why anyone. I don't know why anyone under the age of like 40 is still trying to bump R. Kelly music. Like, come on, man. Come on? What are you doing, bro? I like Smite. Yeah, you're cool. You're cool, Fats. You're a cool guy. We were talking about Eggnog asked me if there's any bad bitches that played Smite, you know? And I was like, well, the only woman that I personally no, actually I've known a couple of girls that played Smite personally. Um, but the only one that I knew nope, let me stop. Nope, because I don't know, because I don't she might appear like the fucking Babadook. And I'm not trying to I'm not trying to, you know, I'm avoiding League. Why do y'all niggas hate League so much? What is wrong with League? Val took my soul. That's a flaw. Trash game. You're just bad at it. MOBA suck in general. Not true. Not true. Niggas say League is home to the worst people ever. Like, I can't provide you an example of every online game ever that has an awful player base. Every single one. Every single one. Every single one. Everyone. Not as bad? No. They get pretty bad. Y'all let Twitter trick y'all. Y'all let Twitter trick y'all. The only reason why League gets so much shit for that is because one of how old it is, but also it's the text chat. Have y'all seen the clips of Overwatch 2 and Valorant? Have y'all heard what happens in Valorant chat, in voice chat? Have y'all heard what happens in Valorant? Here's the thing. You want to know why I don't get why League gets so much shit? In League, you can mute your chat, right? You can mute your chat, okay? You can mute your chat, and you don't have to deal with nobody talking to you, right? You can play League successfully and not talk to a single person. Every other game, you can't mute. Valorant, Overwatch, those games require voice communication. They require voice communication. I saw a girl streams League get exposed for spamming the N-word, and most people don't care. Okay, but like, is that a League problem or is that a man problem? XKO showed your block list and it's on Twitter. Right. Well, nah, but here's the thing. You can play any game muted. My thing is like games like Valorant and Overwatch, Valorant in particular, those games are designed for communication. League, you can, if you know what you're doing, you can play that game successfully and be fine. But with Valorant, that game is like voice comms is like integral to talking to each other. It just is. But now I think niggas give League the most shit because it's so popular and it's a text chat. But literally every video game has horror stories of toxic niggas online. They just do. Every single one. Just every single one. I've dealt with, you know what's funny? I've dealt with more racism and toxic shit on Halo 3 voice chat than League in my personal time. You want to know why? Because the moment I talk, all I get is monkey, monkey, monkey. It's like over and over again. Over and over again. You know, it's funny. My entire life with playing like online games in voice chat, it's mad funny. Like I can't even escape being a minority in video games. Like in real life, in real life, I look like this, so I can't avoid it. Then I get on a video game, and because my voice is a little deeper, niggas is always like, bro, the moment I speak in voice chat, I got called the hard R in Marvel Rivals. And see, that's the funny thing, Lee. That is the funny shit right there about Valorant is niggas think Valorant looks cool. People have been tricked. It's a psyop. Valorant does not look cool. Also, League looks way cooler. Nah, Valorant's ugly as shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Valorant's ugly as shit. I think the League of Legends skins clear everything. League of Legends skins clear everything. I think that Valorant has done a lot of damage to this society, but I think Riot's a very smart company, right? Because they took what made CSGO fun and they took what made Overwatch and League fun and put it into a video game. I'm not gonna lie. When it come to music, I'm not talking about no League music. I'm not talking about no. I can't give you no League sound. I can't give you no League song off the top of my head. I play League on mute. What up, Silas?
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Not me.
This is a funny conversation. I'm gonna be honest. I could really give a fuck about about Smite, about Valorant, about any other game. I just get particularly pissed off when niggas attack League because I feel like the same shit that niggas say about League, I could put on any video game. But since niggas don't like League, it's fun to shit on. And since niggas' brains can't handle a MOBA, it's easy to shit on. Okay, Ashley, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. That 2x KO is mighty low. That 2x KO is mighty low. That 2x KO is mighty low. Arcane? You put Runeterra over Arcane? What is going on? Arcane being the bottom is crazy. That's the only good thing Riot ever made. Oh God. You're gonna piss me off. 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 First off, League of Legends is the best MOBA ever made. Number one. Number two, these niggas just launched a beta test for a fucking fighting game that is better than literally almost every fighting game out right now. It just is. Alpha test. Not even a beta. It's an alpha. He's lying. No, I'm not. Okay, you know what? When I say better, I mean not fuck gameplay. Everything besides gameplay. They're paying you for this. You haven't even played 2XKO. You haven't even played it. And you're saying this. If you play Smite, kill your. Oh my God. Oh. Getting me heated. You niggas heating me up, man. You niggas heating me up. No, it's not about ignoring the gameplay and 2XKO. The gameplay is amazing, but I took back what I said about it being better than other fighting games. But everything, the gameplay is amazing. I think it's one of the best current games that I've played currently myself. But as far as everything else, the fighting game sucks at, like getting in games, art design, lobbies, connections. It is perfect. Man, Dan, my nigga, bruh. I went to karaoke with him. That's twin. We ain't stream it, but that was real life shit. Name 5 things that are good about League. Are you serious? I know. There's no point. There's no point in having this conversation because y'all niggas have already decided you hate League. And that's okay. That's okay. You wanna know why? You niggas don't like League because you can't read. You know what? That's not your fault. That's the education's fault. That is society's fault. Just because you niggas can't read does not mean that League is a bad game. You niggas just can't read. Why are you targeting black youth? I'm not targeting black youth. I'm targeting the schools. 2XKO. Okay. Like, I don't. You niggas, man. You niggas, man. Like, you niggas would call chess ass. You niggas would call chess ass because you're like, damn, this shit boring. What does a king do, bruh? What the fuck does a queen do, bruh? This shit not even that fire. It's not even that fire. I'm interested. I mean, the thing is, good things about League, if you're serious, I think that all of the champions play entirely different and they're very fun to play as. I think that they're designed very well. The game makes you think. I think the game makes you think very hard. And you really have to figure out what you're doing. You can be carried by somebody else, you can, but I think generally speaking, you have to know what you're doing to play the game. And I like being challenged because most video games today are very easy. But I can't really explain to you. I can't really explain to somebody why I like League because it's just a MOBA to me. But it's just better than every other one. But I like League because it's just fun. I think the game is just fun. I just think it's a fun game to play. Mike, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something, and you're all gonna be shocked. I play League because it's a fun video game. Okay? It's a fun video game. I don't play League because I hate myself. I don't play League because I'm depressed. I play League because it's fun. I like League. I like getting a double kill in bot lane as Lucian. It's fun. Like every other fucking video game, it's fun. I'm not addicted because I've gone years without playing. I can stop whenever I want to. God damn, niggas, man. Fuck, man. Hashtag ad. I wish I was sponsored by Riot Games. I wish I was sponsored by Riot Games. I really wish I do. You know, you want me to say, I can say something bad about Riot, about League game. I think League has a horrible balancing sometimes. I think they drop terrible characters that are very broken. And there are a lot of champs that they are very dumb. I think the direction of the game, the meta of it, ever since AP bot lane, double AP bot lane became meta, I have severely less enjoyed the game playing it than I did before then. Still like it a lot, still love it, but I do not like that at some point in time we changed from like going to AP bot lane instead of an ADC and a support has now become like viable. That's really annoying to me. AP bot is like, I hate that shit. Man, you know what's funny? I'm watching a nigga named Scoobs make fun of me and League players for psychological turmoil, right? And League of Legends ranked is, it's no one likes enjoying it. But you know, it's hard to take a nigga's opinion seriously, right? When right now this nigga's playing Marvel Snap. But on top of that, that's one thing. That's one thing. On top of that, let's look at Scoob's recently played games, right? Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, in the last 2 weeks, moderator Scoobs has played 16 hours of PGA Tour 2K23. And you want me to take this nigga's opinion serious? PGA Tour? Wait, that's fire. He's not a sports gamer. PGA Tour greater than League. Y'all, you know what, bruh? You know what, bruh? Yeah, y'all got it. Why do y'all even watch me? Why do y'all even watch me? All y'all do is disagree with me because it's funny. I hate you people. Every single one of you. This antagonizing the streamer shit is low-key cap. You're my favorite streamer? That's not true. But thank you, Hoodie. Thank you for lying to me. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Mike. That really boosts my spirits. You know, Balatro, that game is amazing. That game is amazing. There's a game that just dropped recently called Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, which is it's not Balatro, but it's blackjack instead of poker. And it's blackjack instead of poker, and it's kind of like an RPG because instead of like trying to get X amount of points, you're trying to take health points from like the person you're playing against. So not the dealer, but I guess they would be the dealer in this sense, but they're not really. They're more like just someone you're planning a table with. The game's very fun. If you like Balatro, I highly recommend this game. Matter of fact, I'll just show you real quick. Oh, they've got me gaming. So peep. So if you like, I already have I'm gonna do a new run because that run wasn't that good anyways. But you queue up, right? You have your decks. So hearts heal you, clubs do extra damage, spades give you shields, and diamonds give you chips. Chips are your currency to buy, like, new cards and stuff like that. So I'll do a heart deck because that's the base one. So now all my cards are hearts. So if I play a hand, and I get a better hand than them, I heal points back. So first guy is a bartender. He has 5 HP. So you hit. I got a king. I got blackjack my first run. So I'll stand. And since I had 21, he had 18. You do damage based upon the difference of your cards. So if I had 21 and he had 10, I do 11 damage. So I hit. Got a jack. 15. I'm gonna stand here and he will not. Oh, he will too. So I got 2 damage to me. If I do hit, I'm gonna stand. Fuck. I took 5 damage now. Gonna hit. He busted? Freaky ass. So I can just stand here. And since he busted, since he bust, that doesn't sound any better. Since he bust, now he has 0 points to his card, right? So now, no matter, guys, stop, please. No matter what my score is right here, it'll do that much DPS to him, right? So if I do hit, wait, I was supposed to do stand. God damn it, I'm reading chat. Now, no one gets points. Tie. 2, 11. Blackjack. All right, boom. So that time he busted again. So he had 24, he struck out, so he has 0 now. So now I did 21 damage to him, to his health. You win the round. You get extra cards, like power-ups, kind of like Balatro. And they all do like, you know, cool things. Yes, he busted again, guys. And then you can pick a power-up for the run. So, you know, I'll just pick one. And then pick your opponent, and then you just keep going. This is your rewards. Sometimes you'll have like extra rooms to go into. Like it's low key. It's low key like if Balatro and Slay the Spire had a baby. Okay, it's like Slay the Spire and Balatro had a baby. It's a very fun game. It's a very fun game because they have cards directly inspired from Slay the Spire in there, like scratch cards and the card from Slay the Spire that doubles your strength, like doubles the value of a card you have. Pretty cool. I think it's a very cool game. If you like Slay the Spire, I think it's gas. But they should make a game like this for betting under on Julius Randle rebounds. That's funny. No, I'm probably not gonna play Wukong, Mike. I'm probably gonna play that game off stream. Now, guys, quick little transition for gaming. Did you guys see this tweet right here? Another infamous Lord Balvin tweet. Another infamous Lord Balvin tweet went bro, I don't know why this keeps happening on every, like, on so many tweets I make about video games. They always go nuclear, and I do better promotion for video games than themselves. And I'm like, I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not getting paid for this, and I'm just doing this shit for the love of the game. And I don't even ask for money, but now I'm like, hey, Mecha Break, when your game come out, bro, can y'all just send me like $5 and like a put my name in the game? Can I have my own mech? Because I feel like I put, you know how many niggas on the comment are like, bro, I gotta play this game. This clip sold me. And also, whenever I unmute it, my turn. Rah! You know. Ah! Now here's something funny, guys, about this. Getting scared? Since this tweet left my inner circle. Double kill. Right? Yeah. I'm activated now. You're next. Just me and you, Lumine. Take this! Oh! You made it! I'm not alone. I have my friends! My drill will pierce the heavens! Triple kill! Yo. Panther! You're mine! Ah! Bro, you know how many niggas have responded to this tweet and thought that this was in-game voice acting? Bro, you know how many niggas have responded to this tweet thinking that this was in-game? Because my camera's not on and they don't know who I am. I guess the character that I was playing, they genuinely thought that this is what the in-game VA sounded like. And there was even someone that said, please tell me there's a Japanese dub or a Japanese sub, bruh. This is why I hate dubbed anime or some shit. Nigga said, please tell me there's a Japanese sub, bruh, because this English one is crazy. And no matter what negative or positive comments niggas made about this being the voice acting in the game, I took it all flattering. Because I'm like, if you watched this clip and you thought that this was an in-game voice actor, yeah, Des, this is like this is some funny shit that I did on stream. And I've had a couple of people, matter of fact, hold on. I had here we go. This motherfucker said, genuine question, is that you just talking over the game or is that the VA in the game itself? And I'm like, that's a clip for me playing on stream. And then 2 people said, you should totally try VA if you're interested. Your voice is awesome. You got a nice voice, homie. I take the confusion as a compliment. And then even in my profile, I tweeted today, this person said, this is the same guy. They said, I thought it was because of the timing of the grunts and the grunts themselves sounding fairly consistent. So my smooth brain thought it was repeating the same grunt sound effect. Either way, I wouldn't mind if your voice work was in the game. I'm like, had me convinced NGL. Honestly, low-key disappointed these aren't actual voice lines from the game. Play the clip. I got you, bro. It's not that good. I think you only feel this way if you've never heard me talk before. My turn. If you don't know what because I feel like if you know what I sound like, your ear is kind of trained to your ear is kind of trained. Your ear is kind of trained to, like, you know, scared? Hear me. Should be. Raw! Double kill. Yeah. I'm activated now. You're next. This should be. Raw! Double kill. Yeah. I'm activated now. You're next. Just me and you, Lumine. Take this! Oh! You made it! I'm not alone. I have my friends! My drill will pierce the heavens! Triple kill! Panther! You're mine! Ah! My turn! Rah! I don't think it helps that, like, let me take my camera off, actually. I got an ad. Oh, damn. Ah, shit. I'll wait. Hold on. I'm gonna turn my camera off and y'all watch this with no face on the screen. And then you tell me what you think. I'm gonna wait till niggas out of the ad. Hold on. Hooray, Music Fest. Thank you for that gifted sub. Hooray. Jay, I think that's the thing, right? I think it doesn't help that I timed everything that I said to be whenever I was RPing. I was RPing. I was genuinely RPing, right? Like, I was pretending that I was the pilot of the mech, so I wasn't talking until something happened that would warrant me saying something. So I was trying to sound like a character in the game. But there is no character in the game. There is no character in the game. It's just me. I'm gonna wait to 10 ads is crazy, bro. 10 ads is crazy. I'm so sorry. 10 ads is crazy, bro. I'm such that is man. Listen, bro. I'm sorry. I'm truly 10 ads. Yo, chat, ones if you're here. Yo, Zach, thank you for gifting that sub to the Sun God CJ. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dog. I appreciate that, dog. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yo, Fats, you still here? Is brother Is Brother Fat still here? I'm waiting on bro to get out of the ad. It's Sun Guy CJ. I'm only replaying this for you, so I'm gonna assume the ad is ending soon now that he has a gifted sub, and I'm gonna hit play now. My turn. Hey, peace, Zach. Rah! Getting scared? This should be. Raw! Double kill. Yeah, I'm activated now. I also don't think it helps that I announce. It doesn't help that I was announcing the fucking. I was announcing all of the medals that I was getting. Raw! Double kill. Yeah, I'm activated now. You're next. Just me and you, Lumine. Take this! Oh! You made it! I'm not alone. I have my friends! My drill will pierce the heavens! Triple kill! Panther! You're mine! Ah! And you know what's funny about this moment is that was just an excerpt of that stream and that match. Because I'm pretty sure that entire match I was talking like that. Right? I'm pretty sure that if I pull up the rest of that match, there's probably other moments in there where you're like, yo. Break! Bing! Covered! Fuck! You're right, Wolf. Giga Drill! Break! My teammate got in my fucking way! Oh, Fast, I was wondering if you did want to play a 2x kill for real. Ultra! Giga Drill! Break! I'm capping point! Cover me! I've got it, boys! Cover me! Rah! Giga Drill! Break! I've gotta go! I've gotta go! OBJ! Oh yeah, Fast, I don't know if you heard me. I said, do you want to play 2xKO for real? Chat, I'm winning. Oh yeah, I had no idea that I had a whole sword in my kit. Okay. Run that shit back. Where's my team? Over here? Okay, we got...
Assist.
Oh yeah, then this moment happened. Awkward. But then, you can't write this shit. My stream dies, right? Now. And then, that's the fucked up part. If I were to die right now, no one would give a shit. I could literally die right now and no one would care. I could just boom. I could just die right now and like no one would give a shit. And the fucked up thing is they wouldn't even know I had this conversation. I could just die right now. Hey guys. Hey guys. Did not see you there. By the way, guys, this is the VOD. So look, so much fun, man. I was having a good ass game, right? I was lit. And I was having so. Oh my god! And I opened the game back up. Why does my internet keep fucking doing this? I opened the game back up. Someone gifted me 50 subs right now to heal my pain. If only just one, just 30 subs, man, that would be amazing. No way. No way. No way. Wait. We're back. It's back on the menu, boys. It's back on the menu, boys. It's back on the menu. Team, I'm back. Team, I'm back. I'm sorry. Team, I'm back. I would never leave you. We've got this, boys. Let's fucking go. Falcons. You thought you defeated me. Lumine. I'll never die. My brothers, I'm back online. Open the fucking gate. I'm back, motherfuckers. I've got your back, Sectate. Stay behind my lance. I'm going airborne. Aquila! Right. I'm not done. Going mobile. Hello? We win? We win? Let's go! Bro, and you know some crazy shit? So look at the score, right? The score is 76. No, whenever I come back, the score is 75-73, right? Nigga, look at the score whenever I left. Hold on. Whenever I got disconnected, the score was so this person killed me, right? So our score is red for them. It was 71-10. Let me see this. Oh, he didn't snipe me. He just war crimed me. What the fuck? Okay. It was 7. We had 71 and they had 10. I was gone for 2 minutes. No, 3 minutes. And in that 3-minute time frame, we went from 71 to 10 to 75 to 73. That's how drastic the game changed in my absence. If I didn't come back, nigga, we lost. Also, good morning, Zai. Bro, you know what time? Good morning. Bro, you know what time it is, twin? You know what time it is, twin? You good, bro? GM is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. GM is crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, man. But that clip has gone nuclear on Twitter, and numerous people keep telling me that they think that I'm they think that they're commentating on the in-game voice acting whenever it's just me. It's it's just me. But hey, I hope with the amount of niggas that, because I wish I would have commented under the tweet and was like, guys, this is not voice acting. This is just me talking shit. Right? Someone says man has a built-in voice announcer. This might be, guys, all it takes is for the right person to see that video. That's all that I'm saying. It takes for the one person. It takes the one person to see that video. And I'm out of here. I've been telling y'all, I thought I was delusional. I've been having bits on this stream for years now where I turn my camera off and I go full voice actor mode where I'm like, yeah, I think we can do this. Stand behind me. And we can do it all. Lend me your power. Like, I feel like if they need a stereotypical deep voice machismo big brolic superhero nigga, I can do that voice. I could play All Might. You know what I'm saying? And I could be a minor role. I don't need a full role off rip because I'm gonna need some practice. I could just be, yeah. All right, let's do this. Like hold on. I'd be for real. No face, and you played a game and you heard this nigga talking to you. Cadet, report. They're everywhere. Fall back. Run! Status reports. The starting soon screen? Hold on, I got you. And there he waits for a new challenger. With all foes slain in the lands between, Balvin sits in front of the blossoming scarlet flower, awaiting a new opponent, one to match his strength, one to truly rival his prowess. But until then, you can find me at the shadow of the Erdtree. And scene. And scene. You fake. It's just a good song. Okay, enough yapping. I feel like we've yapped enough. I think I want to play some 2XKO. What do you guys think? Is that Pog? Is that Pog? Is that Pog? I know I went live a little late tonight. I know we don't have our usual members in here, missing a lot of familiar faces, but if you're here right now, I appreciate you. But yeah, I think I want to play a little bit of 2XKO because it's almost 2:00 and I kind of want to play Mecha Break a little later too, so who knows. But Fats, if you're still down to play 2XKO, bro, let's get some duos going. Can we get some more cinema with 2XKO this time? I could try. I try my best. I try my best. I'll turn my camera off and be like, huh, they're too strong. Mecha was perfect for that. I love that game, dude. Again, I might genuinely play that shit some more later on. I might genuinely play that shit some more later on. But again, like I said, man, I really want I want a voice act, man. Is that too much to ask? I do need to play Armored Core 6. Maybe when the Mecha Break beta ends, we boot up Armored Core 6. Cause guys, it's August and I need to, before the end of this year, I need to beat some games still. I need to beat some games still. Where is my here we go. Where is my list at? Okay. So the 3 games that I need to beat before the end of this year are Baldur's Gate 3, Metal Gear Solid Rising, and Armored Core 6. Those are the 3 that I have to beat before this year ends. And then in October, I'm going to hold off a little bit longer. But come October, nigga, October might be all horror games. I'm not going to lie. My horror game backlog is My horror game backlog is nasty. We have a lot of horror. I have not played basically any of the new horror games that have come out this year. And I'm like, now that October is around the corner, I might as well just go hard body horror in October. And I guess Sparking Zero. Yeah, the Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, the Dragon Ball Daima and horror game concoction is gonna go crazy. Because I have my list right here. I have what I want to do for this. I want to do more indie game nights. I want to do more nostalgia nights. I want to do more horror game nights. I want to do Outer Heaven. I want to do more Outer Heaven League stuff. I have to. I forgot about the wrestling thing too. I have to do the wrestling thing still. You gotta play Dota? No. No, I don't. I'll be playing League of Legends. I have played Mortuary Assistant. That game is, that's probably one of my favorite horror games ever. That game's really good. 30-day stream streak in October? Fuck no. I will stream a lot in October because come October, I'm not, niggas said, people sad leave. No, come back. Come back. I will be streaming a lot in October though, because October, that should be the month that I'm least depressed and least busy. So, yeah, because I have nowhere to travel. I have nowhere to travel in October or November. I'm getting on right now, Fats. I was waiting for one last confirmation that you were ready. I'm getting on now. Yeah, I played Mortuary Assistant last year, Chris. I love that game. That game is fun. Also, bro, that Team USA game today, cinema. That Team USA game today was fucking cinema. I can't believe we walked them boys down. Cause I was getting worried, bro. Serbia had us in a headlock. I ain't even gonna lie to you. All right, titles changed. Game has changed. Dude, nah. Serbia has shooters. Yes. Serbia has shooters. That's true. I can't deny that. But I would also say that Steve Kerr is a war criminal. Steve Kerr is a war criminal, and I'm glad that Steve Kerr as a coach is getting exposed. And I hope niggas see the jig for what it is, bro. Steve Kerr is not a good coach in my humble opinion. That's just me. Well, he's not an amazing coach. He's not the coach that everybody hypes him up to be, in my humble opinion. That is me though. Don't cancel me. However, dude, that fourth quarter was god-like. Hello? The menu's being weird. That fourth quarter that might have been the best fourth quarter of basketball I've ever seen. Nah, Dez, I was scared too, bruh. Listen, I don't know about y'all, but come Olympics time, I'm a patriot. I'm sorry. Them niggas hooping on my behalf, on my country. I'm sorry. When it comes to the Olympics, bro, I'm an American. I'm an American. So if we would have lost and got the silver medal, or not even the silver, the bronze medal or silver medal, hell no. Hell no. Especially against with this lineup of players, this is like one of the best lineups of basketball players ever. Fats, I invited you. Listen, as of right now, Lean, this is a pro Embiid chat. As of right now, this is a pro Embiid chat. As of today's game, I can't hate on that nigga today. I can't hate on that nigga today. That nigga, he earned all his stripes from me. Bro. Nah, fuck that nigga. I'm sorry, bro. I can't say fuck that nigga, bro. He hooped today. I'm in Discord, Fats. I'm a Knicks fan. Oh. Hey, bro, you're a Knicks fan, but listen, sometimes you gotta put that aside. All right. Sometimes you gotta put that aside. Because right now, America's pride is on the line, boy. All right. America's pride is on the line. So all that dilly-dally and bullshit goes out the goddamn window, brother. These hoops are ethical. Dude, when KD called for the ISO on that last shot and banged that bitch, bro, just watching Team USA slowly walk them boys down, because I was nervous, but I'm like, there's no way we're losing to fucking Serbia, right? There's no way we're losing to Serbia of all teams. Be for real. Oh, Jay Manji, I'm not, dude, you want to see the drip in this game? Hold on. This is character creator. For an alpha, it's pretty solid, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Jacket's kind of tough. You know what I'm saying? Kind of got, Duke Dennis wear type shit. You could say this is literally me, or this is Omega Pro. I feel like that's the problem with the character creator. I feel like Omega Pro's character would look just like this. Their hairstyles ain't that bad though, because they have I was rocking this one at first too. Character creator solid though. Yeah, my son got the crazy fade. Okay. My son got the crazy fade. Yeah, I focus on his hairstyle the most. Yeah, the character creator is pretty it's pretty in detail. It's not that bad. I don't know if they're still sending out invites after today's Shadow Ultra. They might. But the only way that I know of besides that is if somebody got in the beta or the alpha, they can invite one other person. What up, Dojo? How you doing, bro? But I don't know if they're still sending out invites or not. And you can change the color palettes too. Like, you can't change the entire color of the jacket, but you can change it's like Tekken low-key. It's like Tekken low-key. You can change the colors of pieces, but you can't change the entire thing. I wish you could change the orange trim on this. But you know what I'll do? Keep my hoodie on. I'm the lead guy in my front group, but I didn't get it. I didn't get in. Damn, Aldo. Hey, bro, I was almost you. Guys, should I be a furry? Be a furry, guys? What up, Cho'Gath? What's League? The best game ever made. That's what League is. Now, I will say the menu is kind of buggy right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't see you online no more. Whatever floats your boat. You know what floats my boat? Her. Dude. Yeah, I don't see you online anymore, man. I'm also in Discord. That's yeah, am I high? I can check my blocked. Who do I have blocked? I got you, Fez. Oh yeah, dude, art-wise, hold on, I'll show y'all. Art-wise,
Select your champions. Yasuo. Select. Choose your destination.
art-wise, this game is like one of, if not the prettiest fighting game that I've ever played.
Select. Choose your destination.
This game is so damn clean. Like, wait till you see it in game too.
But you are lost. We call the weak. Starting now. We call the weak. Starting now.
Time to throw down. Yeah.
It looks so good, bruh.
Let's go.
Wait, hold on. Wait, right now I have like my training shit on. Let me turn this off so you can actually see what the I just would look like for real with all that shit going. We got 1, 2. No. 1, 2. Is it? It's this, then launcher, right? Okay. Okay. Wait. You know? Something light. Hey. Now there's a better combo that I need to learn as well. Now how do I do it is the question. Cause I've seen a nigga is this. Okay. How the wait, I already forgot it. Wait, I pinned it. Wait, where's it pinned to? I had pinned to HUD and I don't know where it got pinned to. Doesn't matter. So it's just okay. It's just forward 1 then 2. Cause I seen a nigga do like, oh, hold on. Fuck. Am I high? There we go. And then I can dash cancel that. 1, 2, 3. Hey, wait. How did I do that the first time? I forgot. Wait, what did I do? I doubt it. If they are, they're gonna probably bring in more people. Echo is very cool, very strong. A lot of loops on him. Cam. Ari is also very strong, very cool, and very a lot of loops on her as well. Also, Dojo or Taros, bro. Braum is fucking gross in this game. He is cool as hell. So I can do this. Okay. I can do. How do I do? Wait, no. How do I do my? It's holding it. Okay. So I can do hold it. So I can do this. That seems hard. That seems really hard. Wait a minute. That seems really hard to do. See, that's what sucks about Yasuo, bro, is I love this nigga in league, so I want to play him in this. But this nigga seems hard as hell to play, dog. What simple things I can do out of that is this. Wait. Yeah, so that's a simple get. I can do this. When they said I was in those real legends, it's better be good. Nah, they have some niggas they gonna add to this game that's gonna be crazy. Also, what's up, Yoso? Yeah, dude, I hate how execution heavy he is because I want to play him, but I'm gonna have to work so hard. Riven gon' feed families. Riven was made for a fighting game. She kind of already is a fighting game character as it is. But to give y'all an idea of what like Yasuo does on a basic tip, like I have a stance that I can dash out of. I can do a light kick. I can do another dash that goes forward, that goes through niggas, so I can dash out of it like this, like stance cancel. I can dash through niggas and mix up, right? I have a launcher out of it as well. It's like low-key an anti-air, but like also a launcher. So I can do. Oh shit. I have this, which is a crazy slash. And then I have my regular combos. So I can do like, that's not regular combo. I have wind wall. Wait. My league guys, there's a wind wall. Look, I have wind wall, guys. Look, the wind wall from League Legends. Remember that, guys? The wind wall. And then on top of that, you can get like full screen moves with it now. So if I put the wind wall down and do S1, it's a full screen attack. So it blocks projectiles and it becomes a full screen hit. So it's crazy for zoning. It's crazy for zoning. And also, you have a standing special, special 2, which is like a projectile blade thing. If you hold it, the further it goes. If you do a wind wall and that projectile, you get his tornado. So I can pop that right there. Yeah. Tad loud. Hold on, I got you. Oh, it is very loud. My bad. Hey guys. But yeah, I could do wind wall, tornado, or special 1, or tornado. Nope. Wind wall, which is back special 2, and then regular special 2, and I get a fucking tornado out of it. Hey man. Hello? Hey. Everyone, wait, hold on. Can I hear you? Hold on. Talk now.
Yoj.
Yo, chat, say hi to Fats. Yoj. Hello.
Good evening. Bad bitches and ugly niggas.
Only the second part was necessary.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No baddies.
There was one
No
earlier.
baddies.
She's asleep now, though. No bitches.
0 hoes.
Guys, so what you're gonna see today is Fat is good at this game, and I am not. So we're gonna have some fun duo matches together. We was cooking earlier.
Invite me.
We also got cooked earlier. We was cooking earlier though.
I was raging though, that's why.
I was also raging. I still don't see you online.
What? This nigga blocked me, y'all.
Did I? Let's see.
I'm on the block list.
Do you see me online?
Let me turn my mic down. It's mad loud. Let me see.
Fat type. Yeah, it's Fats, guys.
That'd be weird. I had you online and then you disappeared. That's crazy. You did block me.
I did not block you. Did I remove you?
Unless I blocked you by I blocked you by accident.
Okay.
Because for some reason, it's mad close to everything else. So I gotta add you again.
So I'm sitting here wondering where the fuck this nigga went
It's
on my
funny.
Bro, where? Jesus Christ, man. Where the fuck is yo? Who the yo? Who is Big Cow? Never mind.
Is that me?
You sent no, that's not you, bro. That's not you, bro.
I might be Big Cow.
No, bro. I would never.
I might be Big Cow, to
Not
be
Big-
honest.
She called me Big Cow.
She called me Big Cow.
She called me Big Cow because I make her moan. My bad.
Yo.
Yo, chat, log in. Chat, mic check.
You can't tell the chat to lock in, nigga. You locked in.
Hey, we had the goddamn. What up, y'all? Hey, so chat. This is the
We in the goddamn. Yeah, go ahead.
We in the
Go
goddamn.
ahead. Yeah, you safe. Go ahead.
My boy, Public Cocoon in this bitch. My boy, Jarhead in this bitch. Meek Cookie in this bitch. Charismatic Demon in this bitch. Fats over there, styling and profiling. Look at that nigga. Look at him. Look at that mustache.
Wait, hold on. Do I have emotes? Oh, I do. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Hold on. Let me hit this.
Oh shit.
The people.
Hey, hooray! Oh shit. He geeking. That's a real geeker. Oh,
Slur.
That's, what?
Slur.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Tell me, y'all, if this isn't the most Balvin emote.
What? That is me.
This one. This one.
Wait. Okay. Okay, man. You think you're funny?
Hey, nice tail, buddy.
Some kind of comedian? Yeah, yeah, I'm a furry now.
All right, maybe you'll be as good as Sonic.
Unlikely.
Also, they won today. Godlike.
They won? Of course they did. What a god. But all right, chat. So this is the fighting game lobby, similar to every other fighting game released after Guilty Gear, except in this one, you can go up to niggas' cabinets and spectate live, as you saw from Lord Balvin's tweet on Twitter. So if I go here, let's see who's playing right now. If you go to the event match, you go to queue up in the cabinet space, right? And look, now I'm watching their match from the arcade. Isn't that cool, guys? I can still see facts.
You don't even have to queue up.
I thought that was the case, but I couldn't find the button.
No, you just
walk
stand
through
behind them for a second. Just stand behind them for a
size.
second.
Yeah.
Wait for it to load the gameplay and then toggle size. Yeah.
Look at that, chat. You don't have to get in queue. You can just watch. You can just watch. Isn't that neat? I think that's pretty cool. Now, anyways, enough hashtag ad. Let's go beat some niggas up.
We're just in queue time.
We're in
there we
queue. Wait, fighting match. Hold on, Pog. Chat, I am very bad at this game. I'm warning you now. I'm like
Playing Darius.
I'm garbage, but I like it though. It's fun.
You could be point. I'll be Big Darius in the back.
I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn. I never got good at 2D fighters. So
wait, you were good at Street Fighter, man.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I forgot about that era. It's Jesus. But stress, not 2D fighters.
Tag
2D
fighters.
Yeah, like tag fighters. Yeah, tag fighters.
We should play. when this game dies, we should play Skullgirls, and I'll show you what fucked up looks like.
That sounds scary.
It is
a scary game.
It is. But
They
when you
really played
learn
that shit.
Skullgirls, you'll be so good at literally every other game.
I'm low
Off
key down.
principle. It's
low-key
so
down.
fucked up that it makes you good at like every game as a base level. Because that was the first game I was good at. The first fighting game I was good at.
I'm low
And then
key
it transferred all my skill to other games as they came out. Actually, no. I was good at Marvel 3, and then I was good at Skullgirls.
Teach Balvin Grand Blue. says
Oh,
Shadowholzer.
I wish. I wish you would be down to play, man.
I think that game was the most fun I had out of all the ones you showed me that day.
Oh, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
showed you the old one, too. The new
Yeah,
one.
it was before the thing came out.
Brother, I love Grand Blue. You
Am I
know what the
gonna
worst
play-
thing is?
What?
My local had a Grand Blue tournament today. The same day
Oh,
this shit came out, so I did not
yeah.
leave the house.
That's L timing. I'm not gonna lie. Can you find a fucking go? Right.
There you go.
All right, bitch ass niggas. Find a match. What's my? All right, bro.
On
Black
point.
Quetzal. All right. All right, chat. Lock in.
I got my color
Yasuo.
finally. I found out you could buy colors at the home screen.
Oh, really? That'd be useful. All right, chat. Let's go, baby. It's time to game.
Grand Blue is a fucking blast, dude, and it's really easy to get into.
Y'all 2v1 this dude? Yeah, a lot of niggas don't have friends. Or a friend, excuse me. They don't have a friend.
Bums.
Brum!
Is Alawi a good character for a complete fighting game beginner? No.
I say like Darius or
Play Darius.
yeah, play Darius.
Darius and Braum.
All right, chat, go Fats. I got him. I helped. Oh, it's over.
No, don't worry.
Oh, it's over. It's over. What up, Tor? How you doing, fam? I'm in there. Right. Help! This man ain't even. Oh,
That's
wait.
what.
Free him.
Good burst.
Hey yo, I just like to watch.
Nice DP.
I'm the GOAT. What an assist. Wow. This nigga's fast. He beat niggas' heads.
Ready?
Look what am I doing?
2. Oh, he's dead.
Hey, I ain't even. Hey.
You hit those assist buttons.
I hit the assist though. Hey, I'm on the board though.
Get in there.
Oh shit. Oh, it's me. Uh-oh, I'm mashing.
Yes, you are.
I'm mashing. Guys, he's winning.
Ooh, problem sauce.
Oh, that I was trying to. I didn't
As
know
always.
it was. Nah, put me back in, bro.
Nigga loves mashing.
I was trying to do something else actually. Wasn't a mash. I'm frozen.
I got you. Ready, super.
Hooray! That was me, chat. Oh.
He forgot how to do all his shit.
I'm nervous. I'm on stream.
Ooh, I got finessed.
I forgot my buttons.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing anymore.
I forgot everything, guys. I don't know how to play anymore. It's so embarrassing.
Ooh, you can grab out of that. I didn't know you can grab out of that. That's sick. I'm dead. Level 3?
And I missed the last thing.
Yeah, good DP.
I'm going first.
Oh, you want to? Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I'm locked.
Lock in. Lock in.
I'm locked. I'm locked. I'm not locked.
That man backdashed on you and worked you.
That
nigga had you looking up and went low. He's about to do it to you 15 more times. Ooh, sad life we live.
Let me die, bro. I did it! They hit? That does not hit.
No.
Guys, I did a combo! Hooray. Hey.
I fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I just
You're
died.
good,
I died.
All right, I'm gonna do my best. He has fury, so I might get blown up.
Oh, right. A parry?
That was a DP.
Nice. Yeah.
Hey, can I get something? Can I get something? Teammate.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot.
This nigga DP twice.
Got you next
Oh
time, though.
man, can I get
Lock in.
something?
Lock in, bro. Lock in. Lock in.
Telling
Lock
me to
in.
lock in, nigga.
Lock in, bro. Lock in, bro. We wasn't locked in that round. Lock in. We wasn't locked in.
Fucking tell me
I
to
got
lock in,
point. I
nigga.
got point. I got point. I got point. I got point.
So for y'all who don't know, your
I got
partner, like whoever is the
You gotta
assist,
break it down,
controls
man.
the burst.
Right.
He did not burst. He watched me kick it.
Right. I got point, bro. Let me lock in.
All right, man. You fucking better. This
I
nigga's
got it, bro.
ass.
I got it, bro. Hold on. Watch this.
He about to hit you with the mix again. Nope. Deny.
Nope.
Tag me in.
Thanks.
Oh, you got it. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Foul.
I gotta change my buttons, low key. I
You
gotta
don't
go
remember
text.
shit
I
right
gotta-
now.
Man, you got it, bro. I got Tekken buttons, man.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Oh my god, I got fucked up.
Chat, enjoy this stream, okay?
I'm dead.
Enjoy this.
Yeah. I miss y'all.
This is the last day you see me this ass ever again.
Perish, nigga.
This is the last day you'll see me this ass
Let's
ever
work
again.
this. Can I do this?
No way he blocked. Nice. Nice. Hung. No way.
I'm dead. Burst. Oh, he just straight DP to kill me.
No way he bursted my last.
Almost had that. I'm point this time, nigga.
Back one, Balvin, back one. It's the wrong game. It's not Steve. I can't back one merchant anymore. I got nothing. Yeah, me too, bro. As you can see. I suck at tag fighters. Especially this one. Hey y'all, we winning though. Type shit. We killing these niggas right now. We going crazy. Us, me and my teammate. Look at us go. Yeah.
He's watching again, guys.
Yeah, get him. Hey.
Oh my god, you ruined my command grab. That's so funny.
I'll finish the job, bro. Wrong one.
Good enough. Block.
Dude, that
He's so
okay.
good at it. He's so good at getting hit low.
I'm trying.
This nigga loves letting his legs stay there, bro. Oh
I'm
my
not having
God.
fun. I'm not having fun.
Oh my god.
I'm not having fun. Now, granted, I have actually never fought Braum before. I got him! Hooray! That was me!
You helped, yeah.
That was me! Chad, I did it! Good shit, Balvin.
Copy, nice grab. Super, yep.
Yeah, I'll fight Darius, bro. I'm better at fighting this nigga anyways.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it.
Ooh. That's a jump in. Let's go, Balvin. Big buttons. He has not remembered a single move. That did not work.
Your turn. Your turn.
Don't rock.
It worked. Wow.
Whatever.
I'm doing it. He was so worried. He was so worried. He was so worried. Look at this. He was so worried. And ooh.
Look at this nigga just talking to talk. I'm fucking dead.
Fats.
Go ahead, man.
Kinda cringe.
Go ahead, man.
Kind of cringe that you're dead.
What are you doing, Balvin?
So
Oh, this nigga hates winning. Yeah.
I had a plan,
You're dead.
so I'm dead.
And he's pissing me off now.
I'm dead.
You're dead.
I'm not.
5 seconds. Do not get hit. Of course, it's too big.
I thought I was blocking. Thought I was blocking.
Ship damage.
Oh, ship damage. All right, now that I'm warmed up, let's lock it for real.
Are you warmed up, bro?
I'm warmed up. I'm warmed up. I'm locked in. Like niggas laughing for real, but this shit not funny for real. To me,
Yeah,
like,
really laughing for real.
Like
I'm having a good day.
Like I'm locked for real.
Get in there.
I was gonna get some Gatorade.
Nigga.
I
He
ain't
not
never
locked in, y'all. Yeah, Nick, that nigga's not locked in. He doesn't remember a fucking button. Go ahead. Tag me.
Lock in, bro. I'm supporting you. We got this, baby. Let's go. We're cooking.
This nigga, y'all. Wow, that hit me? That's kind of nuts.
I just saw the countdown clip. I'm surprised he gave that shit away for free. Are you referring to Lord Balvin? I really hope not. I hope you're referring to someone else. We locked in. I told you. I told you we locked the fuck in. Us.
Okay.
I got point. I got point. I got point.
Okay, man. Okay, man.
I got point.
There you go.
Let's go.
Y'all, what I tell y'all about this nigga's toes? Oh, nice burst bait.
Shoot, 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 shoot. Uh-huh. Nice. Nice. He's dead. Let's fucking go, us. I got the rest from here.
This nigga, bro. You got the rest of me to suck my dick, bro.
Go
ahead.
I'll handle it from here.
Could have level 3'd. Or you could have ulted. The button is crazy. The one button is crazy.
Burst me. Like, let's go.
I can't-
All right, I know. Let's go, baby.
Unforgivable
Look at Yasuo on the windscreen.
Yasuo wins.
Look at this nigga, bro.
Let's go, us. That's my duo right there. It's called 2xKO, not 1xKO, nigga. It's not called 1xKO. It's called 2xKO. Because we do this shit as a unit. I got point, bro.
Sure.
Yeah, I got it. I learned how to fight.
Let's go.
Oofer.
Never mind.
This
I ain't got
nigga
nothing.
jumped and pressed nothing.
I did pray. It didn't come out.
And now you're not even blocking.
I'm holding back. Hey, bro.
This nigga think he doing shit.
Clearly I'm not, nigga, because I'm getting hit.
He grabbed me? I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm
Damn,
dead.
should have blocked that shit for real.
Ready. Let's go.
Go ahead. Out. Ooh! Go ahead, brother. Nice try, dickhead. Nice. Rest in peace.
He scoops.
I'll hold that. You stupid fucking dickhead.
Nice. What up, Jose? How you doing, bro?
All right, I'm point.
Ready. Let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm getting cooked. Hey,
Get ready.
hey.
Big damage. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
He's
Fuck you,
locked in,
Brom.
fellas.
Come on. Fuck you, Brom. I'll kill you, nigga.
Woohoo!
I'm
Only he remembered any combos. I trained this nigga for nothing. What has he remembered, Your Honor? That works.
Hooray! Let's go! Evo champion! Rah! Fuck, nigga. That's what you get for fucking with a real nigga like me, man. Man, I got a point.
Okay.
I'm locked. That's all. It's all came back to me. No more switch acting. I'm locked, bro.
I think I fear I have to take you to training mode.
Nah, I'm locked, bro.
Ready.
Watch this.
Let's go.
Sorry. Hearing you snort to yourself took me out. Even he knew he fucked up. Block. Oh! Memories! Oh, Scoobered.
Your turn. Nice DP.
Perish,
Bonk.
nigga.
Let's go. Let's
Scoop,
go.
Not scoops.
Not always about you, Scoops. Uh-oh, God. Here go this nigga, man.
Oh no! What?
He's pressing a whole lot of buttons, King Sir.
I'm dead. Get in! Get in!
Oh, Simeon!
Yeah, go ahead, man. Oh. Oh no. He's just burning meter. And
I was already pressing before it happened, dude.
fucked up. I didn't have meter. I thought I had meter river shores.
Before it fucking happened. What up, ours?
Ready. Let's go.
Hot take. I feel like Yasuo's assist kind of blows. Why did I use it right? Nice, man. Good shit.
I'll hold up.
I tried to press you out. Just didn't happen.
You don't have to approach him. You know that, right?
I know.
He's taking so much chip. He's an idiot. He did not
Let's
pay attention
go.
at all.
Ready. Let's go.
Oh, I didn't work.
That
That's
was
the way it
the
was.
worst.
I was pressing the fucking button, nigga. Okay? I'm sorry.
Don't worry, he's dead. I'd be yelling at my duos. Don't play League of Legends with me, nigga.
Hey, fuck you, nigga. How about that?
Oh shit, I'm dead. Nope. Super.
Oh.
Okay. That worked? That's crazy. What? I don't understand, but okay.
It's called pressure. It's called pressure. You wouldn't get it.
Yeah, that's not what that is.
It's called pressure. It's called pressure. Chat. What does pressure make?
Don't
If you're
start
awake,
this
of course.
shit again.
If you're awake, of course. Chat.
Okay, don't start this shit again.
I got a point, bro. Let me get that. Let me get that.
All right, bro.
Let me get that. You don't believe in me, bro. That's the problem.
I do.
I
Sometimes.
don't know why you would.
Never mind then. My fault. My fault. I fucked up, y'all. My bad.
That was your first mistake.
Oh, I think I pop my shit. Bro is moving for what? Oof.
What the fuck?
Okay, so you're not teching at all.
I usually am. That's if I didn't.
So just hold a button. You don't have to press anything. You just hold the button down and you'll pop out whenever it doesn't work.
Copy. It's mad fun, chicken. I think it's mad fun. I have a lot to learn, but it's mad fun.
Oh, he crossed me up. Oh, he got me up this button. Big damage. I died.
You've got point.
I died. All right.
Let's go.
Hold
my
this,
God.
nigga. Level. Oh. Oh,
I
damn.
didn't know that's what you.
It's okay. I keep saying level 2 and I should just say oh. That's what I thought. Fuck, nigga. That hit me?
Oh my God!
Get in there!
What the fuck?
Yeah!
We could have killed.
cooking!
We could have killed him.
Nah, I've been cooking. Ooh! Ooh!
That's crazy as fuck.
That was nuts!
That was
It would have
crazy.
chipped. It would have chipped. It would have chipped.
That was crazy.
It would have chipped, though. Good shit.
Oh my God, that felt good to do.
Go ahead, brother. He knows you hate this matchup, bro. These two are a good duo lane, I heard. Stop trying it.
That was accident.
Yeah.
Oh,
Boom.
brother. Ow.
Is he iced? Yeah, he's iced. This is hell.
Ow. My positioning was bad right there.
Oh, you're dead. Oh no, he's bad. Go ahead. You tag. Ooh, that worked. Fuck, nigga.
Bink. Fuck nigga. Fuck nigga. Fuck nigga. Fuck nigga. Fuck nigga.
That's what I thought. Mhm.
No! I really. Oh, I'm dead. I was
No, you're
like,
not.
yeah, I am. Like,
No, you're not. Ooh! He's gonna DP if you get close.
I was
Face.
okay.
He splashed
So
the shit out of you.
no. I'm so bad.
You just fucked my
I fucked
combo
you up. I know.
What did you gain? Besides a fucking L.
You're literally gonna win this.
Yeah, whatever. Lucky me.
Now, to be fair, I think I don't fully understand how the last stand thing works.
So after, when you're dead after a certain amount of time, you just get a level 1 super.
You have to wait though, right?
There's a time on it, yeah.
Okay. Because the only reason why I did that is because I thought that it was gonna be the super and it was gonna kill him, but it didn't. It did the regular assist still, but it still said last stand available. So I must have to be looking for something instead of just doing it. Because I wouldn't have did it if it wasn't for the fact that I thought I was going to kill him with it. But
I mean, your last stand fucking sucks.
no, but whenever it like, but in that scenario, it would have killed though.
Yeah,
If it was
I'm
my-
just
if it was
saying,
my-
like, I don't think Yasuo's last stand is good. Let's go to training. Let's tap out of here.
Nigga taking me back to goddamn.
Yeah, get in the lab, little nigga.
Taking me goddamn back to boot camp.
You need it, bro. Yeah,
The thing is,
panicking.
I'm gonna get in there and do the shit that I know I'm supposed to do the moment we get in here.
Okay. Show me that. Viewpoint character.
Oh. You should be able to just select that shit before you get into the screen. Or after you get in the screen. But
You can offline.
true.
I got new colors. I got my Braum.
Yeah, it up, chat.
Yeah,
It up.
perfect.
It's so funny. It up. Can you put Alawi on screen for a second? Oh,
I got my
all
Alawi
right.
color. Yeah, pink hair. Double down.
I
Oh, what
need
the fuck? How'd
it.
you do that? How did you do that?
Do what?
They just copied our team.
I just pressed A a bunch of times.
How did he do that?
I wonder. what
Show these
you-
niggas the combo, bro. Show them what you got.
I already did earlier. Wait, no. Why am I?
Why you chat jorking it?
This is a little loud.
I don't see the combo yet, bro.
What combo?
Come out here.
What
The combo.
The combo.
The stomp combo.
Oh, the stupid. I don't know if I got that in me, bro.
You keep doing it. You keep trying to do it.
I don't know if I don't think I don't got that
What are you
in me,
looking
bro.
for?
Hold on, this.
Oh.
Not to do that shit.
You got this shit. That wasn't it. There, one. Yeah, I need to see that double slash every time. Yup.
Damn it. Huh?
Me and my duo in the lab going foolish. Boom.
Oh my, bro! Ah! Yep, it still works. Still works. How was that even happening? Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. Okay. Getting closer. We did it!
You got it. Good shit.
We did it! Chat don't even know what the fuck I
Hooray!
was trying to do right there. How hard it is. They don't even know. They have no idea. They have no idea. They would never get it.
You should try that other combo that other nigga was doing.
Bro, that. Ugh. I don't even know where to start with that.
Oh, that was the start.
No, yeah, I know. It's for this and that. Yeah.
Dive kick.
Yeah. Wait. For. Get it. Die hard.
Just hold it.
Oh. Then he does stance. He does stance and then this after that.
Stance that and then stance heavy.
That's
Down heavy. Stance down heavy.
Oh. What the? I can do that.
That's why I tell you to stop approaching niggas.
I have range.
Yes, you do.
Oh my god.
I don't know what to do after that.
Wait, my.
My brain is melting watching you reset every time.
Am I a dumb bitch? Here, wait, why is it not working?
I'm about to say, let's see if you are.
It's
You're
forward-
pressing the wrong button.
What? Not?
You're just pressing the wrong button.
I would do the same. I'm doing the same thing I was doing earlier. It's.
Let's. You know what? I'm gonna do it to him. Show
It's-
me.
Wait. Oops. Yeah, it's. Is it not that? Hold. What the fuck?
Do not
It's-
hold it.
No, it's forward S1 then just 2.
Yeah. You were holding it.
Thought I wasn't.
You literally said out loud, it's hold.
No, okay, but the thing is, I've been doing it earlier, right? I thought I did not realize I changed what I was doing.
Mhm.
And there go the arms.
That's valid.
Nice.
That's valid.
There go the arms. I'm doing too fast. Damn. After it connects. Alright. Alright. It's simpler than I'm doing it to be. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. But you said he did stance. He did stance this and then stance this?
Yep.
What the okay.
Maybe there's a button between it, but I don't know. Yeah, I wish we could go into training mode that I could just like play Yasuo if people were stuck in duo. Actually, let me see something real quick. Can I change?
Maybe I just shouldn't play Yasuo. maybe
That's a choice.
maybe I just
You
shouldn't.
haven't played
play it.
anybody but him. You haven't tried anybody else yet.
Maybe I just shouldn't play Yasuo. I feel like this nigga is such a precise
somebody else.
character for this kind of game.
Try somebody else, bro. How can I can't leave our duo? Oh wait, hold on. I think I can. Okay, now we should be able to verse each other. There we
Hey.
go. That's what I've been trying to do. He also has aura.
Yeah. How's Ari in this? Very good.
Who else are you looking at trying? Oh, Ari. Yeah, just pick two characters you
Probably
actually
Ari and
learn. I can give
Darius.
you some tips. Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
not
good
cool.
choice, brother. All right, I'll pick the same. Just
Oh, trust me, I know that nigga Yasuo was hard. I feel like he's probably the hardest character in the game.
Him and Echo. Alawi's hard too, actually.
Well, don't take my word for it. I've only played him, so. But that nigga feels extremely precise.
So the only thing I know that she can do, because I was fighting my friend King, is the fireball into what is it? No, I actually don't know her buttons. Let's look. It's the fireball. The Foxfire leap. So you shoot a fireball and do it again. That shit.
Oh,
Yep,
this.
that's so easy, bro. And then you got this, which is a setup. Air Hadouken. You can do a ground one that picks up off the ground OTG.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, bro, sleepy hours.
Right. Does anybody in chat have extra code for this game?
Huh?
That they don't. So I was asking my chat, does anybody have an extra code they aren't using for this game? You have an extra invite? Because I think a friend of mine doesn't have this game yet, and I think he'd like to play it. Guess who gets the code? One of my friends.
Yeah, he said you better tell me.
Oh, who gets the code? It was a right account. Oh no. You have to sign up. You had to sign up. What was the thing again? I mean,
Just fireball into fireball. Literally.
oh wow, that was crazy.
Then you can combo off that. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you had to sign up, and I ain't even. Well, I did sign up, but I ain't get a follow-up email ever. They kind of hold me.
Then we get this launcher. You're just jumping after a new launcher too.
Wait,
So I think it's like medium instant launcher.
oh, there we go. Okay, I see.
Also, something you can do is just the first two, and then air dash.
Oh, they cancel.
Yeah. You should have a dash button as well.
Dash.
Left trigger,
button. Not left trigger.
right trigger.
Not right. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You got dive kick.
She's so fucking bad. Lock in, bro. Ow, 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 ow. He is bad though. He ain't wrong.
Yeah, their super one is a fireball that hits OTG. Super 2 is Psycho Crusher. Psycho
Uh-oh.
Crusher.
Oh, block that though. I don't know how to block that, but
Punish this?
y'all think she purrs when she falls?
Ah, sick.
Probably not.
She's a fox, bro. Foxes don't purr.
Prove it.
Freak ass nigga. Prove it? Go to hell.
You met a fox before?
Go to fucking hell.
You ever met a fox?
The only fox I met says, fire!
What does? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Wait.
No! Dario! I'm gonna play a God's tier, bro. Switch to Darius. I'll tell you everything in the world, man. Alright. Alright. Okay, relax. So that's special one, and you have 3 follow-ups. The overhead, which you see me hit niggas with all the time.
Yeah.
Sunder, which will wound them. I don't really know what wound does. And then the command grab.
Okay.
Then you have the air grab. You're not going to use this a lot. This the big swing. That can go into another big swing. Or the flipper.
This nigga seems stupid.
He is. And then you also have the forward version, which you can bring into the other 2 moves too. This one moves forward. That's the DP. The only DP in the game.
Oh, really?
It has 1 hit of armor. He's a bootleg dodge kick. It's not very good. I can teach you a combo. I actually wrote it down earlier. You know the one I did that tagged into you?
Yes.
That I learned that from watching Super Nerd today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that one, that's really easy actually.
Yeah,
So what you do is, it's just A, B, C, launch, C, S1, C, D. Done.
Nigga.
Super simple. And it's half HP. So simple.
Nigga. Jesus. What was it? What's it? Wait. You
Launcher.
said A, B, C, D. What is that?
Not D, A, B, C launcher.
A, B, C, launcher.
So light, medium, heavy.
Got you.
And then,
Oh, right.
there we go. Don't reset, we'll just move.
Yeah.
And you'll jump and you'll do BC, special 1.
Wait. B, C?
Yeah.
What,
My bad, I keep talking fucking Marvel. It's not even Marvel, it's just mental illness. Medium heavy,
Medium, heavy.
Special
That's
one.
That's in the air?
yeah.
Okay.
Special,
Special
1.
one. Which is this. Okay.
Yep, and then you do a heavy.
Fuck.
You were charging it.
Ooh. Ah,
And then you do
okay.
special 2.
Okay. Okay. No. Fuck. My bad.
Stop
Just
resetting!
muscle memory, dude.
I'll just jump over you.
Fuck. Heavy, then special 2.
Yep. Ooh,
not-
that. So
Fuck.
you're doing this nigga.
I'm sorry.
Not. And he did it fucking again.
I did it again, bro. I'm so fuck. God damn it. Hey, we all fiending for one, bro. I got plugged one, so hope you get one, twin. But I don't even think niggas in my chat got one. Ah! Die!
That shit feels good. That's literally how you end the combo. Ah, almost. I'll move up the corner. Got the heavy. Yes!
I did it? I
And
thought
then
it
it's
worked.
just super one. But that was gray, so you fucked up somewhere.
It's okay, so it's special, then heavy, then special 2, or a special,
Yep.
or a special.
Yep.
Okay. Oh. Fuck. I did it. I did the heavy. My turn. I keep missing the.
You are wrong for thinking it feels slow in the hand.
Hooray!
Hey, good shit. Do it again. Repetition makes it work. And then into super one, and you're good to go.
Got you. Hong, 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 hong.
That's 2.
Wrong super one. Wrong super. Hong, hong. Wait, shit. No. Fuck! Fuck! Not super anymore.
I didn't even notice that you did it again.
I sure did. Yo, Balvin, is there anyone on the league roster you want to see in 2XO? Yeah, a lot of people, man. I want to see Samira really bad.
I want Swain, that's it.
I really want Samira. I want some unconventional niggas in this bitch too, like Aurelian Soul.
That die, nigga.
Although,
I
I
don't
don't
want
know.
none of them fuck niggas in the game, bro.
Nah, you said you wanted Swain in the game, bro.
That's a real nigga.
That's a fuck nigga, is what that is.
That's a real nigga.
That's a real bitch ass nigga, is what
Hey,
that
watch
is.
your mouth, bro.
No, fuck that nigga.
You a hater, bro. You don't know
Man,
what real gaming's
Fuck
about.
that bitch ass nigga. That's how I feel about that pussy ass nigga. Boy.
All right, you're getting the combo. Where's my
So
super?
it's special 1,
Yeah.
which is right. Wait, where's the? This.
Yes.
Okay.
You're using special 1 in the combo. You know which
Hey,
one.
don't.
it is.
I needed to do the organization.
That's so funny,
Fuck!
brother.
I don't have.
Volley Bear would be sick. Udyr would be
Volley
sick.
Bear. Udyr. I love see Udyr. Udyr stand
Uh,
switching in the different animal
Yeah,
forms.
Set would
be
have to be in, Set's in the game. Katarina's
Bro,
in the game.
That boxing niggas.
Um, I know Katarina's in the game. I know
literally
Jinx is in the
is.
game
yeah.
because they showed them in fucking the early shit.
Yeah. Like they're confirmed.
Aurelia will be fun. Who am I really thinking of? Oh, Lee Sin has to be in the game. I wish old Skarner was still here. I hate new Skarner. He's why I won't play League of Legends anymore. Because I really loved the purple crystal, and now he just looks very weird and has 3 tails for some fuck ass reason.
Meow.
There we fucking go.
Fuck! Doing it again.
Keep going. Repetition is how you get good. Felios, I think he'd be too complicated.
Bonk! Doing it again. I missed a button. Fuck.
I can show you my combo that I got. See it?
Yeah. I still can't play. Oh god. Jesus Christ.
That wasn't even it. I fucked up. Let's get the right one. Hold on.
Just got done gooning with the vibes, chat. Welcome back, bro. How's the goon sesh?
Oh, I fucked up.
You know who I really want? I don't know how they would do it. I want Lucian.
Oosh.
I want Lucian.
You want some ADCs in this game, bro? I'll kill
do.
myself.
Jinx is ADC,
This should be a top laners video game.
and Jinx is gonna be base game. Try about it.
I'm mad. Hey, you know what? If there's any ADC in this game, you know who it's gonna be.
Jinx.
Huh?
Jinx.
Duh. Who else? Who's the most popular ADC in League of Legends? Who's the most popular ADC in League of Legends?
Misfortune? Caitlyn?
He's only naming women. He hates men, bro.
Am I blanking? I don't know.
Ezreal.
Oh.
And you're missing one more. The actual other most popular. It's fucking Jhin.
He's the most popular.
Jhin was
He is not-
everywhere when I was playing at least.
He because he's fucking broken. That's why.
Jhin, this nigga. Jhin, everybody was rocking bitch ass Jhin. He's very cool.
He is fucking broken. That's why. They still play him. I banned that nigga. Fuck. That's why. I mean.
That's why you didn't
okay.
even think of him because you've been banned.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I hate him. I would love Ezreal though. That would make that'd make the game for me.
Ezreal, Kai'Sa would be cool. I don't know any more ADCs. Tristana.
Hell no.
Put Trist in the game, piss people off.
I don't want no
Stoner for real.
I don't want no Yordles in this game.
Orky in the game, I'll kill myself.
I don't want no.
Actually, I rock with Poppy in the game.
Poppy, no, okay, that's the only one I'll allow. Yeah, matter of fact, I'll allow that one.
Actually, I want Hard R Vigar too.
Get the fuck out of here.
And I want him to hard.
Not in a million years. I want to see Thresh.
Ooh, Thresh will go crazy. Callista. I love Callista.
Cool.
She's fucking hard. I love that character.
I can see Kindred.
I
too.
love her movement. That shit was so fun.
I can see Kindred as well.
Ooh, I can see Kha'Zix and Rengar.
Kha'Zix and Rengar will be. What up, Ebony? I would, yeah. I'm biased, so yeah. Lucian and Senna are like two of my huge picks, but I don't see that happening. I don't know. Oh, I feel like the whole roster is possible.
All right, I'm gonna teach you what to do on niggas' blocks. So I'm gonna block, and show me what you would do to somebody who's blocking all your shit. Just show me what you think you should do. Pretty good. That can block low. That's bad. Don't DP. You're punishable as fuck.
That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, I think this is
Special
good.
one, apprehend, is mix time.
Oh, true. I see.
Overhead,
Yeah. Or you do.
you get overhead, and if they start stand blocking, okay, I'm wounded.
Wait, so it's. What else do you have? Is this? Is there anything else?
You have 3 buttons,
Yeah, I did this, and I did this.
and you have a 3rd button.
What is third one? That
Heavy, yeah.
three. That is gross.
You can super
That-
one off that.
Oh, really?
That's what I do to people all the time.
You're right. You do that all the time.
Please don't put Zed in this game. I'll kill myself.
I got bad news.
I fucking hate Zed so goddamn bad, bro.
Zed'll be in
He
this
will be in
game.
the game. That popular fucking bitch ass
He
nigga,
will
bro. I
be
hate
in this
Zed
game before
I hate
2026.
so bad.
That nigga
bro.
might launch in the game. So I'm not gonna lie.
I hate Zed so bad.
That nigga might be a
Because when I
launch
first
character.
played League, I liked the lore of it. It was pretty fun. And I was a Shen fan. And they put Zed in, and Zed was infinitely better than Shen.
Yeah.
Zed is infinitely better than fucking bitch ass Shen. Shen sucks. He needs to get an update, bro.
Shit is the
Keep
most
the ult,
bait.
but fix the rest of his shit.
Shit is the most.
Oh no, they gave him an update and it sucks.
Shen is the most bait man character in the game. Because you see that nigga and you're like, yo, that nigga's a Mortal Kombat character. And then you play him and he does nothing.
And he's fucking, give me HP and I'll stand here, yo.
That nigga just walks around. He doesn't hit anybody.
That's all he be doing.
He just walks around.
Walktality, nigga.
That nigga just walks. Darius is cool. His strong buttons seem pretty simple.
Everybody has is very good. He's a very good character. And you're equipped with the best DP, so you're always strapped. And you can Super 2 off DP. That's what I do. That's how I turn games around.
Ah, I see. But it's very negative, like you said. My ass!
Does this work? Oh, it does. Okay.
Nah, if they put a Yordle in this game, I'm boycotting.
They ain't gonna care.
Well, it's part of the. It's just a thing.
Teemo's popular. He might be in. Might be in.
Oh, Teemo's gonna be in for sure. Doesn't count. Teemo's definitely in.
They have to have Garen if they got Darius in the game, bro. I need that. I need the lore.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I'll say for lore reasons, Garen, and also for legacy reasons, Garen's one of the most iconic characters, unfortunately.
I will say, oh, Lux is gonna be in this game too.
Ugh.
E-girl buttons. There you go. Good shit. Who else? Trying to think of mid laners. Cassidy would be fun.
That's gonna be funny.
Hey, you're getting it, man. You're locking it down.
Yeah, I think I got him now. I lied.
Oh, the second he got confident. There you go.
Bankai! Who else? Trying to think and play at the same time.
I don't know who else in League of Legends. The last time I played, Smolder came out, and I fucking hate that character. I wasted money.
You're only maybe 1 or 2 characters behind.
I think when I wanted to play, the Painter nigga was out, and I played the game once. Just said, no, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, they just dropped somebody else 2 weeks ago. Aurora.
I only played Swain and my boyfriend.
Wait, do you like Vampire Survivors?
Vampire Survivors, yeah. I played Swarm.
Oh, you did? Okay, that shit's fire.
Yeah, I haven't beat it yet, but I play it literally every now and then.
Fun.
Honestly, there's other games I'm kind of tapped into.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, whenever I first heard about it, I played it like every day for like 3 days straight, and then like went back to life. Because bro, there are so many games out right now, bro, and there's so many alpha tests and beta tests and games. It's like it's fucking crazy. Gaming right now, hot take, kind of poggers. You said Blitzcrank, I should ban you. If I get pulled like Scorpion in this game by Blitzcrank, I will will crash.
Actually, he'll probably be in this game.
He definitely will.
I love Nasus. I would love to have Nasus in the game.
Nasus will be fire.
I know Jax is gonna be in the game because he beats the shit out of people.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Whenever I think of this kind of game, I literally just think of top laners. And when I played League, when I played League, and I was like a really big League head, I think it was like 2014 or 15. Because I started playing in 2011, but I was not that good. But when I was actually trying for real, played top, I think, and there was a chart for top lane that showed all the matchups because there were 4 people who were the gods of top lane, and they all beat each other, which was very fun. It just went in a square. Like it was Jax, Jace, Aurelia, and I forget the last person.
Oh, Jace definitely
Darius.
In the game. Jace is definitely be in this game.
It was fucking Darius.
Jace will be in this game eventually.
I fucking hate Jace, but he's in Arcane, ain't he?
I was gonna say you can guarantee the entire roster of Arcane will be in this game, and I am very excited for Vi.
I was about to say, which reminds me, Vi's definitely gonna be in this fucking game, bro. Boxing niggas up.
She's gonna be fire. That her
Who should be in this game? Where's Mundo, bro?
Mundo would be funny as hell.
But old Mundo, not this new bum nigga. I want the ugly one.
I think they're gonna. I think you know what I can see in this shit too. Speaking of top laners, Mordekaiser.
I love Mordekaiser actually.
I like Mord too. He's one of my favorite top laners. He's very fun. Oh, Tryndamere makes sense. Yeah, Evan,
Trend
you're
does
right.
make sense.
Trend would definitely be in this eventually. This game definitely is a top laner simulator though.
Yeah, bro. Right. Come on, let's do it.
They squeeze in so many mid laners already. It's really funny.
I'm gonna look up League of Legends roster. Let's look at the list of champions. Oh, Akali's gonna be in the game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Aatrox's gonna be in the game. Scrolling down.
I can see. I don't think Sion will come early, but I do think Sion will make it eventually.
Camille.
Oh, Camille's a fighting game
Diana.
character. Diana's also a fighting game character. God, I forgot.
Fiora.
Oh, I forgot about her too.
You know,
She's
oh yeah. One of my most hated characters ever made is definitely gonna be in this game, and his name is Fizz.
Oh,
if they put
man.
Fizz in this game, I'm killing myself.
Yo, Fizz. I might join you. That's gonna be.
Yeah, nah, I'm done, bro. Pack me up.
I'm anti-Yordle all the way through and through, especially that little bitch-ass fish. He's gonna be racist. He's gonna be so.
He is racist, bro. That's it.
He's gonna be so racist. I played him. Oh.
Who else? Master Yi, maybe.
Oh,
Nah, I don't
100%.
think so.
Oh, no, yeah, definitely.
I think Yasuo's gonna be the sword character.
Nah, I think I forget. Master Yi's too popular though. He's like
Yone might be in here. Bring the brothers out.
I can see Yone eventually. Nah, no, Master Yi is definitely gonna be in this shit.
Olaf, baby!
Oh god, yeah.
Activate crackhead mode, Olaf. Go foolish. Pantheon, Pike.
Yeah.
I forgot about these fucking characters, nigga.
Wukong.
The only character who plays like a fighting game character in League of Legends, or used to be the only one, Renekton, bro.
Oh, Renekton.
Renekton has AA cancels, bro. Renekton.
He does have cancels.
Oh, and of course, Riven.
Yeah, Riven. Yeah, that might be launched. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Riven, Set, Shyvana would be cool. Silas.
I can see Silas.
Tarek? Give me Tarek, nigga.
They're just gonna name the whole
I
roster
make
at this
him
point.
gay as hell, bro.
We're gonna name the whole roster at this point.
Trundle is one of my favorite characters ever. Put Trundle in the game. Zinzao, Mr. Scrapzilla.
Oh, I can see Zinzao actually.
Oh yeah, those are the only ones I can see. I can make a
This
list.
Fortune
Of, like,
definitely gonna be in the game. She'll be annoying as shit. Every
Zoner.
ADC is gonna be annoying. That's why I want Lucian, because he ain't got that much range in the game. He uses dual pistols.
So they'll probably make him a close-up shooter for real.
Yeah.
People have made like tier lists of who they think is gonna get in, and I kind of want to do that too.
That's fun.
Let's do that, bro. Let's do it now.
Right now? All right, let's do it. Then I'm going to sleep.
Nigga, you telling me?
Guys, tier list time.
Hooray! Free content.
I'll do it on my side though.
Oh, you got a website? All right. I'm gonna crash out my game because I'm fucking dying.
I'm also dead.
I couldn't.
All right,
listen to
chat.
that
Tier
song
list time.
anymore.
Can I get a hip hip hooray? Fun game, man. I'm horny. All right.
All right, good night, y'all. This nigga being weird.
What?
You had no fucking reason to say that shit.
Am I? Is it? I'm just being honest about how I feel.
Jerry, this nigga freaky, bro.
Shout out Jerry, bro.
This nigga freaky
Ooh,
as hell.
my God, my fucking back, man.
Yeah, you old nigga. Welcome.
Yep. What he said? 46.
All right, let's see.
Seraphine in delete tier? Yeah, I really don't see Seraphine making it in the game.
All right, so they got 5. What? Do you have a tier list you're doing?
I have one as of. Yeah. What? I have one. Yeah.
In game. Oh, confirmed characters.
I do indeed have one. A lot of niggas in the league, bro. Yeah, I got one. All right, chat. Are you ready? Actually, what I'm gonna do is Okay, I'm just gonna do the most recent League of Legends tier list, and we'll just name it TXKO.
TXKO.
Yep, that's what it's called. TXKO.
I found one on tiermaker.com, and this is what I made my tiers.
Yeah, no, I have the same thing. This one is 179 characters, and I
put
believe it
in the
is.
second channel.
Let me see how many of your characters.
Actually, let me just DM you. What the fuck? I'm blowing this damn channel up. Let me just DM you, Melvin.
Nah, post it in there. I'm sure Lotus will take that shit, make it a video.
There you go. You're welcome to content, bro.
All right, confirmed. Need to be in. I want them in. Pause. Please rethink this. Do not do this. I will uninstall. All right, chat. It's time. Are you
You
doing
want to
one on
hear
your own?
something crazy before you start?
Yes.
You know Brad Pitt, right?
Yes.
You know he was born in the 60s?
I,
Doesn't that break your brain, bro?
yeah, not what I thought you were gonna
Yeah.
say.
Bro
That
was
does-
born before I had rights, bro. That's crazy.
That damn, that nigga old as fuck.
Yeah, he is.
All right, are you making one on your own side too, or are you doing one together?
We can do one together. That makes it easier. We have this. Yeah, you have the same one I have open. All right, yeah, I'll watch your stream. Ring.
All right, chat. Aatrox confirmed or needs to be in?
I mean, confirmed is all the characters that we know are in the game.
Oh, you mean
bro.
literally confirmed?
Literally
Okay.
confirmed characters.
Let's do that first then. Yeah, that way. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
like, damn, your stream is
uh,
not playing for me, bro. You got it on fucking
oh
14
no,
while streaming, bro.
no, it's because it's the same capture card. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you don't have to stream to Discord. I'll watch your regular
No,
stream,
no, I know how to fix it.
bro. I could.
I know how to
Watch your
fix
regular
it, boy.
Whoa, this nigga talking like Vigar. He talking like Vigar for
Wait,
real.
that's the wrong thing.
This nigga don't know how to fix nothing, bro.
I literally do.
I do not agree.
I am literally a genius. Hold on. There we go. God, I'm smart. I'm gonna play some cigarettes after sex in the background.
Okay, don't do that.
You'll
Not
be
for the
able to
League of Legends tier list, bro.
You'll be able to hear it, but don't worry.
All right, bro. He freaky. Okay. No, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Looking at this tier list, who the fuck is that between a Mumu and Alistair, bro?
The lady from Arcane.
Who the fuck is that?
She's from Arcane. She's confirmed to be in League eventually.
Okay, cause who grandma that is, bro?
Hold on. Arcane.
Who the fuck is that?
Grandma. There you go. Stream is big chugging.
Oh, Brawlic. Alawi Jr., bro.
Encoding overload.
Now your stream is chugging, yeah, bro. Don't stream the Discord.
Nah, bro, I got it, bro. Hold on. I got it. Hold on.
Nigga, I don't need that. I can watch your regular stream.
You don't get it. I got it. Hold on.
I'm about to go to bed.
That's weird. That
Killing the vibes, chat. He killing the vibes.
I'm gonna be killing you in a second.
Oh. Okay. It's over for me, guys.
All right, that shouldn't break it. All right, you see it?
Yes.
All right, yeah, that won't break it. I don't believe. All right, shall we good? Thumbs up, chat. Okay. Why is it so low quality?
Hello?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened?
Niggas hoeing shit. Stop doing it, man.
What
Stop doing
happened?
it.
I don't know what happened.
Your shit exploded.
Oh, my Discord crashed. Hold on. It's fine.
Yes, bro.
Wait, where's my screen? There you go. See it?
I'm not looking at it anymore.
Bro, open it up.
Okay.
All
It's
right,
open.
All right. Anyways, all right. So confirmed characters. Okay. Confirmed characters. We know. Just like this.
Braum is right
Braum.
there. And
There he
Darius and Echo
Where was that? Echo,
and Malawi.
Malawi,
That's what's the bottom. I
Jinx,
think. Jinx, yeah, Katarina.
Katarina.
Yeah. And then Yasuo and Ari.
Oh, Yasuo and Ari.
You forgot Ari. Yeah, at the very top, bro.
Oh, you're right. I'll skip right past it.
I would skip her too. Fuck her.
All right,
That's
that
it.
is
Should be 8 characters, right?
more complete. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
8.
it's
Yeah,
8.
that's how we got confirmed.
Okay.
All right, let's start from the top. How
All
do
right,
you
so-
feel about Aatrox?
Needs to be in.
Really?
But by the way, chat. So confirm means like literally who's in the game right now, and then needs to be in is like needs to be in the game. Like who needs to be in this shit? Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
okay, wait. Should we do a?
Let's do it all, and we'll rearrange. What you changed it to?
Oh wait, oh, fuck! Let me do that. Hold on.
It's fine. Just drag them up. Press the arrow on the right.
Yeah. Hold on. Why is it? I can't. Why is D low?
Confirmed mentally is crazy.
Why is the text?
Aurelius confirmed. Link that. Where do you see that at?
I don't think she's actually. I think they're saying like,
Nah. Link that.
was she really? Wait, really?
She's one of the first we saw.
Project?
That was Katarina.
Oh, show you with the floating blades. You mean Katarina floating blades? Because, yeah, Aurelia's definitely not been shown. Unless I'm crazy.
Just look up Katarina.
I know Katarina's in the game. We've seen her.
Katarina was shown
Uh,
hella early.
wait, there it is. There's
Yeah.
Katarina and Jinx. That happened.
Yeah. Super old.
I could have sworn, hey, bro, I feel like you might have been off a perk.
Percocet, Molly Percocet.
There is no fan casting. Aurelia can top 1v1 dispatch very 1v5 dispatch very easy. Yeah, no. Nah, Aurelia definitely is not been shown yet at all.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, brother. All right.
Your fan casting has failed.
Already. Yeah. All right. So confirm mentally means like we know for sure that it's almost guaranteed they're gonna make it. Almost guaranteed.
According to
either-
who?
Like just by like not like legitimately, but like a nigga.
That's what I put for needs to be in.
Nah, but there's a nigga that I don't. If I this needs to be in, I think it's for niggas that I think need to be in the game. There are niggas that I don't think need to be in the game that are gonna be in the game. That make sense?
I would change it from confirmed mentally to Riot will probably put them in. Riot picks. Because Riot will probably put them in.
There we go.
I see what you're saying though.
Yeah. Because I can't co-opt the needs to be in some of these niggas. Some of these niggas don't need to be in. They're gonna be in though. All right. So I think Aatrox is a Riot pick. I think Aatrox for
Aatrox
sure.
is a Riot pick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's for sure gonna be in the game.
Okay.
Akali. Ooh.
Riot pick.
Definitely Riot pick. Akshan. I want them in. He don't need to be in, but I want them in. You don't like Akshan?
I don't know who the fuck that is. Oh, is that the nigga who be swinging around?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You don't have to show me. You do not have to show me.
Bro, I don't,
It is 3:30 a.m., nigga. Don't do this to
okay,
me.
I want them in.
Just describe the nigga to me, bro.
Bro, it to take 2 seconds. It to be faster if you watch a 2-second video than me being like, yeah, niggas around.
You could just
All right.
describe his one ability and I'd get it. I promise.
I don't know whenever you played Lee. I don't know if you ever played against this nigga.
He be swinging, bro. That's all I know.
All right, Alistar.
No. Don't do this.
You know what, Alistar again?
Don't do this. I don't want to
You
be in the middle of
can't.
fighting here. I don't want to hear that. Hey, I don't want to be getting boxed up and the nigga talking about his titties, bro.
You can't milk those.
He will go to hell.
I got
I
some
will send
bad-
him there
I
myself.
think that nigga is way too iconic not to be in the game, bro. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He
All
might
right,
be a
put him in there, bro. That nigga is
think
not touching my game.
I think he's a riot pick, man.
That nigga is
I'm
not
just
touching my
gonna,
game.
I'm just gonna leave her alone for the time being. I don't know. What up, Crosshair? Amumu?
Do not do this.
Yeah, don't put that nigga in the game. Anivia? Hey, bro.
Do not do this.
Riot pick, I think.
Nivea's your riot
No,
pick?
no. Annie, not Anivia.
Oh, yeah,
No,
absolutely.
fuck
absolutely.
it, absolutely. No, Anivia is right where she belongs. Aphelios?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
You should
really.
probably make another tier that's like, I don't think so. Just like
Yeah.
a generic, I don't think so.
Right,
I'd put it between please rethink this and do not do this.
got you.
Do not put these niggas in my game, bro. And it would be a puppet character in a tag game, and I'd kill myself in the tag game.
Make it. Not. Wait, didn't make the cut. All right. Yeah, Aphelios ain't getting. He ain't getting it. I'm sorry. And Aphelios' ghost is apparently separate here, and she's not getting it either. Ash?
Maybe a riot pick.
I feel like a riot pick is because she's Ash. I don't really give a shit if she's in the game or not. I'm gonna be honest.
I would put her in do not do this. I don't want to fucking fight that. I know she's gonna be annoying.
I think it's a riot pick. She's
Go
too.
for it.
She's too much. Aurelian Soul.
I will uninstall.
Yeah, I know what I said
Azir,
earlier.
I will uninstall. That's just JP. I'm good, man.
You're right. He would be JP. Oh, that
Bard,
would be awful.
please rethink this, bro.
I don't need that nigga donging all over my fucking shit.
Yo, Blitzcrank. Put that nigga the riot picks.
Definitely a riot pick. Brand?
Please rethink this. I don't think I want Brand in the game. Or didn't make the cut, whatever you think.
I think I want Belveth. I want not Belveth. Sorry,
That's
I
the
want
mom of
Briar.
the void, the mother of the void, right?
I want Briar. Belveth is this right here. I meant Briar. Excuse me. I want Briar in the game. I think Briar.
All right,
is cool
put
as
him in.
shit.
I want them in.
Belveth. I don't know. I don't think Belveth's gonna make it at the good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I don't think she got motion like that. Aurora. I also don't think got motion like that.
Kelly says hi, by the way.
Hi. Hello.
She's not here yet. She's texting
Oh.
me. She's on the way home.
Hello. Caitlyn?
Caitlin,
Probably a
please
riot
rethink this,
pick.
bro.
Nah,
Please rethink this, bro.
You're
Please
probably a riot.
rethink this, bro.
That's the arcade. That's the face of arcade,
Please rethink this, bro.
bro.
Come on, don't do this shit.
I'm sorry, bro. She's a riot pick.
That's
That's the face of arcade, man. I'm
We got
sorry.
add another tier, arcane niggas.
low key, that could be its own thing.
Put the black grandma on that bitch right now.
Arcade niggas. Oh wait, no, that's speed. What is it? Wait, what is it? What I click?
Also, they can't see the tiers on your screen
Oh, word. Okay.
because your
Arrow.
cam is up there. I would put your cam at the bottom left.
Yeah. Arcade niggas. 100%.
I don't think this game is going to have DLC. I think they'll just be expanding the roster continuously like they do for League, which would be gas. That's my hope and dream here. Because when you say DLC, I think of like it's going to cost money, but this is going to be a free-to-play game, so it'll just be one they keep updating, you know?
I agree with that. I think they gotta go to the league model as well. I
Makes
think
perfect sense.
it'd be a crazy step away. If
Fucking Street Fighter V tried it, and they fumbled it bad.
yeah, it would be a crazy step away from their natural model. And I don't think does Valorant charge you for new agents? Anyone know?
I
Play that game.
don't play that dog shit.
Our
Camille.
Valorant agents free.
You get
You can unlock them in-game currency called Kingdom Credits. Players can earn them by playing.
I don't like
Master
that.
Okay, so you can buy them with in-game currency or a. That's how League works, though.
Kingdom
like-
credits is crazy.
So it probably will work like League. With that, all the points you get from playing the game, you can just accrue that currency and just buy the character. That's how League works. You can either buy it in real money or in-game currency, I believe.
Right, right.
I'm pretty sure they'll do the follow the same model. Camille. Camille.
I would put Camille. I would want Camille in. She'd be
I want
scrapping.
I want Camille in too.
I want them in.
I want Camille in too. Yeah, they're definitely gonna follow the same model of League, which I think honestly that's gonna be an incredible fighting game model, to be honest. Like just earning
be
it
awesome.
or buying it. That's something I like.
Oh, Cass. I will uninstall. I like
don't need
poison
no-
characters.
I don't need
I
no
do not want
poison
this
zoner
game.
With the,
A zoner? Yeah, I'd kill myself, bro. I'm
I don't
good.
need no poison zoner, bro.
I played Fang, bro.
Yes, you will have no
Aki
melee
is not a
abilities.
zoner. She be scrapping. Like, nah.
She will have no melee abilities ever. She will just be screaming at you and spitting poison. Shogun?
Shogat, do not do this. It doesn't make sense.
He might be a right pick, bro.
No, nigga. They're not gonna put fucking It doesn't make sense for a fighting game. Think about a fighting game, bro.
I know.
Also, put the black grandma in the arcade niggas.
Okay, you're right. Arcade niggas.
Grandma.
Corky?
Do not do this.
I'm good. Diana needs to be in, I think.
I agree. I agree.
I want Mundo in, because he'd be funny.
That's why I want them in, bro.
I want Mundo in.
Told you.
I
Fuck ass
that-
Draven. I forgot about Draven, bro.
Oh, Draven might be a riot pick, but I'm looking
Wait a
on
minute.
install. I'm looking on install.
Draven is Darius's brother.
His
I
brother.
fucking forgot.
Yes.
Fuck ass Draven. I hate you, nigga.
Might be a riot pick, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
He might be a riot pick. He's popular as fuck.
I think he's a riot pick. Elise? I think didn't make the cut. I don't see her in the game.
Ah, throw her. I don't give a fuck. I don't think they're gonna do. That's like a stance character, but big ass spider. I'll quit. I will uninstall.
Eve?
Evelyn? I
Yeah.
could see it.
Do we need I can see it?
Nah. Just change. I want them into would be a good pick. Like good picks.
Okay, got you. Good picks.
Because we have too many and we're giving them weird names.
I mean, there's 179 niggas in this game, so.
Yeah.
Ezreal needs to
Oh,
be in.
needs to
Riot
be
pick,
in.
Or I would say needs to be in.
Yeah, I agree. I would also put him in riot picks, honestly.
I can see Riot pick too for him. Yeah, I'm gonna put Riot.
It's like all the popular characters you can think of, throw them in riot picks.
Right. Garen's going in here.
Fiddlesticks, I will uninstall.
I will uninstall. Stay away from me. Needs
I
to
think
be
I'm
in.
playing like boss and I'm gonna kill myself.
Fiora needs to be in.
Yep, agreed.
I got some bad news, man.
Put Fizz in the hell itself, bro. I will uninstall.
I got some bad news, man. That nigga will be in the game.
I did not try to do this.
That nigga will be in the game.
I don't want to. I'm upset. I'm
That
upset.
nigga-
I don't
that
like
nigga-
that.
He might be a riot pick. I'd say I'm sorry, he's a good pick, bro. He makes sense. He just went. I know. I'll rethink this. That's a good middle ground. Cause he'd be racist. Galio? his kit does give fighting game. I'm not gonna lie. Little projectile, little dash, and little shield. He'd be annoying.
Who? Who you say?
Galio.
No, nigga. Fuck that nigga, bro.
Sorry.
Do not do this.
I'm sorry, bro. That nigga's. I don't know if he's making the cut though.
Put him in hell. Put Gangplank and please rethink this.
Funny.
And Garen he's got to be a riot pick.
All right, forget it up there.
Nar?
No.
I will fucking blow the game up.
Yo.
Him and Fizz, I will blow the game up.
Unfortunately.
Nigga, don't say that.
Unfortunately. Nah. Oof.
This nigga is pondering on fucking Nar.
I would put it in. Please rethink this.
Thank you, bro.
Gragas?
Throw that
Good
fat nigga into please rethink. I don't know why I said it that way, but that shit was crazy. That shit was hitting my heart.
Nah, I'm sorry. Gragas is a good pick.
What? What?
His kid just makes sense. Fat nigga throwing beer.
Okay, man.
What fighting game they got a fat nigga in it?
Rufus, Street Fighter 4, Bob, Tekken. Come on, son.
I said don't got a fat nigga.
Oh,
exactly. So you kind of
Tekken 8 got no fat niggas.
For now, but
the Street Fighter 6 got no fat niggas.
For now.
Fuck this nigga Gragas, bro.
Sorry,
Fine.
bro.
I hate this fat bitch, bro. I hate him. No, he don't.
I think Graves would be cool.
I put Graves in good pick.
I think Graves would be really cool.
Gwen? I will uninstall.
She a little racist, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, ain't no Lil.
Hecarim would be sick. I don't know how he worked
the
though.
game though. Hecarim is one of my favorite characters actually, but I don't think he'd be good for this game.
I don't know how he worked.
Do not do this. Timer nigger, nope, uninstalled.
Yeah, he's alright. That's automatic.
Aurelia needs.
What's this nigga name, dude?
The painter. Put him in uninstall, bro.
I don't
know why. Just put that nigga in uninstall.
Okay.
I like him. Put him in uninstall.
Ivern is hilarious.
Ivern would make me throw my PC out the window. I would uninstall if that fuck nigga was in the game, bro.
Okay, uninstall. Keep him away from me. Aurelia?
Oh,
is she a
Janna.
riot pick or needs to be in?
Aurelia, put her in, needs to be in a riot pick. Yeah, I agree. Riot pick for her.
Riot pick, right, yeah.
Janna's also a riot pick.
You think Janna gonna make it in the game?
She's a riot pick though. That's the support.
How would she play though?
I don't fucking know.
She ain't got no. She ain't never boxed a day in her life, bruh.
Hey, but she gonna throw shit.
Low key,
she definitely never boxed a day in her life.
Nah, she ain't making a cut, bro. I'm sorry. Ain't no way. Who the fuck is this?
What is that?
What the?
That's gotta be like a card game, dude.
Nigga. Yeah, you probably.
Hey, baby.
Hello.
My wife saw him. Give me a second.
Hi.
Balvin says hi.
Hello. Doing a card game? Nigga, ain't nobody give a fuck about that weak ass card game. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. This tier list is mad long. We're gonna have to pick this up another day.
Oh, you're done?
Bro, this thing girthy.
What?
Bro, this is a girthy tier list, bro.
All right, man. It's mad easy. So go through there and then grab everyone you would want in the game. That's all you need to do.
I'm gonna do all the riot picks first.
Okay.
Who else is the riot pick? Oh, Zed for sure is the riot pick.
I'm gonna throw up.
Jack's the riot pick. Lee Sin's a riot pick.
Bye.
Where's B at? Where's B? Where's B? Where's she? Alright.
Riven,
Okay, bro. He's a riot
Pike.
pick. Oh, Set I think I'm gonna do this. Set's gonna be needs to be in. I don't even know if he's a riot pick.
Pike is a riot pick.
What up, Trey? My streamer washed. Nigga, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Pantheon.
Arcane niggas. What up, Poke Dab Star? What up, gang? Well, I was not locked in. I think more would be a good pick.
More to be pretty sick. Silas.
Where is he?
I'm putting
Nigga.
Swain into confirmed for me. My dad works at Nintendo.
Oh, Pike is definitely. I think Pike is.
I said
that
that 4 times.
I'll read in chat, nigga. Damn. Vayne, keep it far away from me. Keep her far away from me. Keep her far away
Valid.
from me.
Valid.
Warwick, I'm gonna do. Rengar needs to be in. Olaf needs to be in.
Yep.
Samira
needs to be
needs
in.
to be in. Kayn needs to be
Renekton.
in.
Renekton.
Lucian needs to be in. Nasus, good pick. Italy
Riven
needs
is
to
a
be in.
riot pick. Riven is definitely a riot pick.
Set needs to be. Is that a riot pick or needs to be in?
Huh?
I said, is Set a needs to be in or a riot pick? I would
He's
say
a
needs.
needs to be in.
Yeah. Lux, I'll uninstall.
Lux is a riot pick. I'm so sorry.
Would it be Kayn or one of his form? I think Kayn could stand switch. Like
Yeah,
Kayn
that'd be
could.
cool.
Kayn could go from blue form to red form. That'd be really
RIP.
cool.
What's the red demon's name?
I don't know.
He's a Darkin, but like his voice actor just passed. I remember that.
Oh really? Oh damn.
Yeah.
J4? I think he'd be a cool pick.
No.
You don't think so?
Fuck
That nigga's
no.
that part of the he's part of the Demacian army, bro. He gotta be in the game. Ain't that good,
Denzel
brother?
better than him.
Asante?
If that's the case, then I want and the big 3, right? The big 3 for Noxus has to be in, and you don't want that.
Who's the other 3? Who's the third for Noctis?
Swain
Oh, bitch.
and LeBlanc.
Oh,
Exactly. People forget she's big 3.
Jin?
Right pick.
Kaisa?
Right pick.
Callista? Needs to, I think she needs to be in. Or
I
good pick.
I would
I'll say good
rethink
pick.
her.
I say good pick. Rethink her?
Trundle needs to be in.
Karma? I don't think she's making a cut.
Put her. Do not do this.
Kassadin?
Good pick.
It'd be fun. Kale?
No. No. Kalen Morgana not allowed.
Kennen?
You want a Yordle? What are you talking about?
I don't want a Yordle actually, no. Kha'Zix needs to be in.
Yep.
Kindred?
Good picks.
Kled?
Go to hell.
Kog'Maw? Good.
Go to hell.
LeBlanc?
Yeah, bro.
I think she'd be cool. She's also an iconic character.
Yeah. She's also made me uninstall the game a couple times.
Leona?
Leona, if Diana's in, Leona's in.
I can see Leona in the game.
I
Leona-
just got hit with a wave of sleepiness. God damn.
Leona might be a riot pick. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Put Nico into hell.
This character go to hell.
I fucking hate Nico.
He made the cut. Kled needs to be in. Kled needs to be in what?
What needs to be grave?
Nico is Shang Tsung. Boy, I hear all this bitch out right now. If I watch Nico transform into me mid-match, I'm crashing out. I am crashing the fuck out.
That would be crazy as hell.
That does make too much sense, though. Let's just say that.
I don't like it. Put her in hell.
Malphite? Or no, wait, Lysandra?
No.
I'm not making the cut. Lulu?
No.
Not making the cut.
Malphite? No.
Not making the cut.
Mal's?
Malzahar?
No.
No, don't.
Maokai? No.
Not making the
Milio?
cut.
No.
Milio, not making the cut.
Morgana might.
Might be
Please
the
rethink
right
this.
pick.
Please
Might be
rethink this.
Bro, Morgana is.
Please rethink this.
Yo, imagine
Please
getting chain stunned by Morgana.
She's racist.
This character probably won't make it, but
I think Morgana has a thing against Spanish people. She's got to get out of here. I don't like her.
I think this character won't make it, but their kit, I think, does make sense for a fighting game. I'm gonna just leave them alone for now. This little vagrant acting right here. I forgot their name.
Oh, the dog, the
Fury?
Fury.
Yeah. I don't.
Very
I
cool
think she
name.
ain't making the cut though. I don't think. I don't see her making the cut.
Oh
Nami.
my god, I
I'm
forgot
making
about
the cut.
Nami. I forgot about
Nautilus.
Not would be. Not is just other Braum.
Yeah.
Big buttons. It's too late.
He got the hook though.
He didn't make. So
He
does
got the hook,
Blitzcrank. So does Blitzcrank.
Oh, that's. I can see. No, I couldn't see not the game actually. Well, I could, but I feel like he would be too samey.
I just realized that I called Lilia Nico.
You did do that.
I don't give a shit. Both of them suck.
Nautilus could be cool.
No, he couldn't.
Yeah, you're tripping. Well, good pick. Nico, do not do this.
Put her into I will uninstall.
I don't think this character making the cut. Nyla? I don't think she's making
Oh,
the
the
cut.
whip girl?
Yeah,
Nah.
I'm thinking it would be racist. Nocturne, good pick.
Good pick.
Nunu and Willem?
I will uninstall if I gotta fight that shit.
Big ass snowball rolling across.
And it's not even if it was the cool Nunu maybe, but this new one, hell no.
Oriana?
Ori's a riot pick.
Ori's definitely a riot pick. And she's gonna zone the fuck out of you with that ball across the screen.
And I'm gonna throw up.
Ornn ain't making the cut. Nigga, not gonna be Pantheon. I'm almost needs to be in. That nigga's he's a fighter. Poppy needs to be in. Kiana is a good pick. She can fight. Quinn? Not making the cut. What up, Adam? We're having a good time over there, bro. Good seeing you. Rammus? I'm good. Rek'Sai? I don't see Rek'Sai makes it. Rel would be a good pick. Renekton needs to be in.
Renekton needs to be in.
Riven is a riot pick.
Yep.
Renata is not making the cut.
Do not put Rumble in this game.
Rumble just needs to go away. Rakan? Not making the cut.
I love Rakan, but he's not fit for this.
Rise?
Riot pick.
Yeah, I can see Rise being a riot pick. He's an iconic character.
Put Sedge
Sejuani?
into hell. Put Sedge into hell.
Are you good, Casey? What's good, bro? Senna?
What's up, Kesa? You want Senna? You want Senna in? Come on now. You
I
know
do
that.
want Senna in really bad. I want Senna in. Shaco?
Seraphine into
kill-
hell. Oh my
Okay.
god! Do not put Shaco in this game.
I killed myself. Shin?
Put him in hell.
If Shin fight like Shin's supposed to, good pick.
Yeah, but he's not gonna, bro.
Good, nah, I'm putting him good pick. Good pick. Good pick. Is this Arcane?
Shyvana would be fire.
Yeah, she's a good pick. Victor from Arcane is hilarious. Singe? I'm good. Zion, good pick. What's this? Sivir? Boulder, hell no. I don't know who the fuck that is. Sona. You can see Sona being in the game
Also
because
Valve
she's
is
Sona.
Riot.
That's a Riot pick.
Oh, he said it again.
Oh, that's Silco. Right. That's not Victor. That's Silco. Right. Hey, big difference.
Valid.
Soraka ain't making it good.
Riot pick.
No. Soraka ain't being
Soraka's a Riot pick.
Soraka not gonna be in the what?
Soraka's a Riot pick. Thank you, baby.
You think Soraka gonna be in this game?
She could be. People like her.
How's she gonna fight?
Big crunch. It looks like
Huh?
no, whatever.
Oh, that's Skarner? That's what Skarner looks like now?
New Skarner sucks. Who's that?
Nigga, wait, what? Yo, I've played League in the last like 3 days, and I did not know that Skarner looked like this stuff.
Right.
When did this happen? 4 months ago?
Riot invited me.
Oh, this is 55 plus. This is
Oh, I've
senior.
played against this Skarner.
I mean,
I
this
have
senior
played against
league.
this Skarner. He is racist.
What did I do wrong?
Swain, nope. Silas, good pick.
I think I'm just not really thinking.
Syndra, rethink this. Tom Kench, good pick.
Do not put Tom Kench in a good thing. Do not do that.
Rethink this. This Talia. Zach,
You don't
good
want
pick.
that.
Zillion,
Zillion? No.
nope. Skarner, good pick. All right, I've done it. I've crafted the most masterful tier list you'll ever see.
Oh, you forgot to put in Skarner, bro.
I just did.
Into hell.
Oh. I hope no Yordles make it. I hope
That'd be
they
a
don't.
dream.
I
That'd be a
hope
dream.
they don't. I hope
No
they're right. I
copy.
hope they stand on that statement and I never see a little nigga in that fucking game. Hate
Oh,
them
they made a
little niggas.
statement about it?
Apparently,
You
booty,
think that?
according to you booty, bro. According to you booty, bro.
Please stop saying his name out loud, bro. Just give me. I'm gonna explode.
Is Heimer not arcane niggas? I guess Heimer technically is an arcane nigga, isn't he?
Yeah,
Still
but he should
fuck that-
not be in this game.
Still fuck that nigga though. He shouldn't be in this game.
Correct. If you put Heimer in this game,
They talked about it at Evo. I mean, yeah, it would be hard to balance. Their hitboxes would be ridiculous. Yordles might be too small to make it into his roster. They can't confirm or deny, but they have some interesting insight on their height. Talked about character internally, echo smart characters, fancy frustrating. Yeah, I feel like that would be a crazy hitbox issue. Ophelio's sister makes a cut before King. What?
I hate Rumble.
This
Jonathan.
nigga a real. Can't believe this nigga said Ophelio's sister made it before King Boro. I'm not gonna lie. I just put her there because she was really high up, so I was putting her in the to make the cut because she didn't make the cut, and I just started skipping niggas I didn't recognize.
I know that one guy with the scars from Arcane, but
That
what
nigga
he
said
did-
King Boro. How you skip over King Boro?
King Boro in the game. Rom ult.
Nah, but the thing about the way 2x KO works in the hitbox is like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't want no small ass niggas in the game, bro.
I agree, and with that, I'm going to sleep.
Bye, Fats.
Good night, gamers.
Good night.
Play more Darius.
Well, chatters, we've made our list. We made our list, boys. But it is 4 o'clock in the morning. This was fun. 2XKO is a fun game, but I think I will also be making my departure. I must rest. However, had fun, guys. Good stream. I'll be back again someday. But yeah, I'm gonna go lay my head down, bro. Post it on Twitter? Hell nah. But alright, y'all. Y'all get some rest, bro. I'll catch y'all on the next one sometime this week. Yeah. I'm watching Raw. I'm watching SmackDown tonight, though, bro. My tribal chief back. Acknowledge him.